Um, Thanks for being here. I'm going to open up the subcommittee work on HB 183. Um, I would like to start, actually, if I can have Justin Cutting come up and just share with us once again some of the concerns that the Fire Academy has and how they think that this bill will help to resolve those. Then we can ask some questions and kind of dig into the meat of it. So thank you for joining us.
Sure. Good morning, sir. For the record, my name is Justin Cutting. I am the Director of the Division of Fire Standards and Training in EMS. One of the struggles that we continually have is finding enough instructors to effectively deliver our programs. And it's a significant challenge because EMS and fire agencies across New Hampshire are really struggling to recruit and retain members. And this is a two-part issue. If they put in the work and the effort to recruit these members, they then look to us to provide sometimes the initial training and at times the ongoing training. We offer a number of different programs. It does require people to effectively deliver those programs, and we seem to have struggled more and more over the last 4 or 5 years to fill those spots. So any efforts that can be made to help not only the recruitment and retention, but for us to be able to adequately staff those positions is helpful.
Either of you guys have any questions particularly? I have some, so I'll dig in. How many additional hours? I mean, if we do this, it's hard to say how much it will bump up somebody's ability to participate because we don't know how much they're participating in other arenas. That's limiting their hours. How many hours on average per person do you think would allow you to meet your goals? So as opposed to say like just suspending the rule altogether, we said, well, they have X number of hours that they can dedicate to the Fire Academy that doesn't go towards other hours. Do you have any concept of how many hours maybe would be useful without exempting the whole thing?
Yeah. I don't have a specific number, and one of the reasons is because what we're trying to do as really a customer service organization is provide the training that's needed. We take in course requests in addition to our normal offerings. So those courses could vary over time, and they all take a different level of our number of instructors per module, per program overall, and it depends on the number of each of those programs that we deliver each year.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome
Chair.
to the committee.
How many instructors do you have currently that are classified as working full-time at a fire department in the fire service versus those that you have that are retired?
I don't have that number. You mean, so we have a total of 187 instructors. About 25% of them are Group 2 retirees currently. I don't have the breakdown on who are actively full-time working and working for us part-time.
And a follow-up at that.
Absolutely.
And you are aware of the cumulative 1,600 hours that they can work in the year, not just the 24 hours per week. So that can be adjusted in the classes offered.
I am.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead.
This might be unrelated, but I was just going to ask the first time we had the meeting. So do you train people that are not employed for volunteer or professional? For instance, somebody that just needs a certification for their job. Do you know what I'm trying to get at? Or that's not handled by you at all?
So for firefighter training, there are affiliated personnel which already belong to a department. And then people that do not belong to a fire department yet would be non-affiliated. We would train both of them. We give priority seating to people who already work for a fire department. That makes sense to train those that have made that commitment.
Interesting. Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in. Did anybody else want to say anything on 183 who's in the room? And do we have anybody from the retirement system here? Nice to meet you. Would you mind?
My name is Mark Kavanaugh.
Thank you.
Sorry. My name is Mark Kavanaugh. I'm Associate Counsel and Compliance Officer for the retirement system. Pinch hitting for Marty, who came down with COVID yesterday.
That's unfortunate. I hope he's doing well.
He's doing all right.
Mr. Kavanaugh, just real quick to start off, one of the major concerns with the piece of legislation is just how it's going to affect the UAAL. I think
Yeah.
there's less concern if the retirement system is fully funded, but obviously there is some concern that pulling full timers out of the system, replacing them with part timers, if we expand this, will affect the the pay down on the UAAL. Do you have any insight into how it might affect that?
We do not believe that this would have any effect because there are only so many full-time positions at the academy or at fire standards in general. And it's our understanding that they're not intending to reduce that full-time staff and replace it with part-time people. They're just looking to allow their part-time people to work more hours. So we didn't even have the actuary look at that. It's such a small population. Even if they did it for a couple of positions, it would be such a de minimis. Our other concern would be that as you carve out an exception for one cohort, people get in line and say, me too. It'll be schools saying, oh, retired teachers. It'll be, whatever department or employer says, why don't I get the exception? I have the same retention needs and the like. That would be our only long-term concern, that possibly full-time positions could be replaced with part-time positions.
Thank you. Anybody have any? Yeah, Representative Gerhard.
Would it be possible to put a sunset clause into this just to
I had been-
alleviate any of those concerns?
I had been thinking something similar. We can discuss it during. Yeah, for sure. Anybody else? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Wolf, come on up. Yeah.
Representative Dan Wolf from Newbury, and I'm the prime sponsor of this bill. I think that a sunset provision would be excellent to try it out, see if it solves the problem, and you don't have it forever. So I strongly recommend that. Recommend that with most legislation.
I agree with you.
But I think that could solve the immediate problem, and if it's not causing something, you can renew it again in 5 years, or you let it lapse.
Mhm.
So I would be more than acceptable to that amendment on my
And-
bill.
And just from the prime sponsor's perspective, what do you think an adequate amount of time to let the program run would be?
You gotta go at least 3 and maybe up to 5, but I wouldn't go any more than 5.
Yeah, so if we went like 4, that would give us 2 terms, and then the next legislative group could look at it.
I think that's a very happy compromise between 3 and 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wolf. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Any questions? Would you take a question?
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Wolf, for taking my question. I see here, there is an amendment to this from Representative Boyd. Are you in full agreement with the presented amendment?
That was to put it to the.
Police Academy as well.
Include the police academy? I think so. They're having the same situation.
But follow-up, if I may?
Yes, go right ahead.
But it seems to be, as it stands right now, the one that is very acute with no real full-time seems to be the fire service, correct?
That's correct.
And it seems like the police do have some instructors that are compensated full-time.
That's correct.
What's that? Anybody else? Question for Representative Wolf? Thank you, Representative. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on 183? All right, well then why don't we go into kind of executive discussion among the members here. Anybody have any immediate gut? We're looking at a couple of different issues. One, do we extend it from fire to police as well? 2, do we completely pull it out, or do we limit it to a certain number of hours that are exempted? And then 3, potential sunset clause to it. Do we put a sunset clause in, and when do we do that? Anybody have any thoughts? Yeah, Representative Gerhard.
I think 3-year sunset clause would be preferable. Just shorter. If it's good, it works. It's not going to have a problem in passing again.
Representative True.
I apologize, my doctor was not on time. So I missed any testimony from this morning. Was there any amount of hours listed that people would be looking for? Like, how many hours does the fire academy need?
Yeah, that question was asked because of the nature of it. He wasn't able to give us a direct answer to it. Basically, if we remove this provision for part-time from the RSAs, person would be able to spend 29 and a half hours working for the fire academy and 29 and a half hours working elsewhere as a retired person. So a total of 59 hours. So the question is do we allow for that much or do we limit it? But we don't have a specific number of what would be useful to them to limit it to. Yes.
I have a comment. The previous limit of 1,600 hours as opposed to 13 was considered enough by a lot of people. So I was thinking you could put a limit of 300 hours at the academy on top of whatever they worked outside, if that would make sense, because that would allow them, to teach as necessary, but certainly not anywhere near full time.
So that's just that's the difference between the 1664 and the 1352.
Just a suggestion, or you could put a time limit on it. It's your choice. Either one could work.
Yeah, Representative Gully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my biggest concern is, like was stated by the retirement system, once we open up this box, there's going to be other folks in the next 3 years here knocking on the door with the same argument. And this committee, it previously has taken a strong stance on the number of hours are the number of hours. We're much more liberal than I think, and I think we can get that from the retirement system than other states surrounding us as to the number of hours we allow our retirees to work. Some other states, I think, are far fewer hours than we have. So we're generous already with the hours we allow our retirees to work.
Thank you.
And I might have clarification from the retirement system on my.
I would just
Welcome back.
say, yes, our hours are higher than most. Some states don't allow it at all. Others have it around 600 or 900. Some have exceptions for high need jobs like STEM teachers and the like. The standards vary. And a lot of states just don't allow you to work at all after you retire. But we have very generous in terms of number of hours. Right now it's 1,352 if you're retiring after 1/1/18 or 19, and 1664 if you had been retired before that, as long as you're still working with the same employer you had been working with part-time. With respect to people who work for multiple employers, I think from an administrative point of view, just having a number that's combined that they can go to, maybe take 1352 and make it 1664 for those people, however they mix it, as opposed to saying you can work 1352 with one employer plus X number of hours at the academy. Maybe someone wants to work 900 hours at the academy and 400 hours somewhere else. That just would provide more flexibility, be easier to administer if it was just a set number of hours, and then the person could decide how to allocate that between employers.
Do you know whether or not other states are having similar issues with their restrictive nature as far as retired
There has
employees?
been a trend to make exceptions because of the same retention issues that we face here. Other states face the same, especially in the teaching profession. So you've seen some movement to create exceptions, but it hasn't been a rush to the door. It's not a huge trend.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll give you like an example in looking at the amendment and this particular bill. like, let's say in the city of Nashua, and I did do it, but I made sure I was under the hours. But the shortage of teachers, so I did a little bit of substitute teaching. Could have worked more, but I always try to stay within the letter of the law. But is this clearly significant just to the fire academy and wouldn't get into another entity such as the school department or any other municipal employment?
Well, specifically, it's designed to assist the fire academy with the challenges they're facing. But if you were to say, all your hours at the fire academy don't work, that frees up more hours you could be doing teaching. If your plan was, well, I like to do the fire academy and I do 300 or 400 hours, and that limits me in teaching to 900 hours. Now I can do, 1,300 hours teaching, because they're not going to count the fire academy. How that kind of knock-on effect might occur, I'm not sure, but it's a possibility, certainly.
Yes,
Just
Representative
to
O'Brien.
confirm in my mind, so what you're saying, this could have a negative cumulative effect. If I did some training or I did some teaching at the fire academy, and then also worked as a substitute teacher, cumulatively, that sum total could affect this particular situation, correct?
I don't know if that'd be negative. It would allow someone to work more than 1,352 if we're not counting the fire academy. That might be positive. Person will pick up more days substituting, help out the school, make more money for themselves.
Yes, Representative Gerhard.
I'm just a little bit confused here. Thank you, Chairman.
Mhm.
Are we worried about newcomers not being able to come into the system and work? Is that what the main concern is? That we're going to have part-timers that are retirees working and then keeping out new people from coming in to take these jobs up?
I think that's one of the concerns. Yes, that people who are retired would then be working full-time, taking up full-time positions from people coming into the system. And once again, if the system was fully funded, maybe not such a problem from that perspective, because we're not trying to fill a deficit that we have. And if it was fully funded, then a person's retirement would be mostly based off of their own work that they're putting into it. But right now, it's a mixture of the work that they're putting into it and additional funds coming in from the employers. So, and Representative Goley might be able to speak a little bit more to that. Did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to mention that when I had asked during the public hearing about full-time staff that they had, and they basically didn't have any, or they relied solely on part-timers, that, I think one of the solutions is to get into their budget some full-time positions that I think would be very helpful in alleviating this problem.
Yeah, and I know that they feel that way as well. Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to reiterate on that, and for information to Representative Gerhard, coming from that type of venue and everything, we were always very careful to not get out there into double dipping. Think about the public. Okay, you're working as a police officer or a firefighter, and now you're double dipping. And I think you understand the negativity of that, what that entails here, even though it may be for a good reason. And what we're doing is the boat seems to be sinking, and something needs to radically be done because the training is of the utmost importance. It's got to save somebody's life. I understand that. But the thing is, they're asking us to use a non-waterproof Band-Aid on a leaking boat, and I agree with Representative Gooley. The true answer is for this state to fully fund the academy, but it seems to be a problem in that department. So we're doing a Band-Aid approach to this, and I hope that answers some of your point, understanding to this.
Sort of. So it's actually cheaper to have a bunch of part-time people than full-time position. That's basically what you're saying.
Basically, yeah. If you look at the,
Okay.
because they're already compensated as far as health benefits
Yeah.
and everything else with
Okay.
their, let's say if they work for their community, so they're not dragging that into the state level.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and just real quickly, Representative, if you're going to speak, you still have to come through me so it doesn't devolve into chaos. So you can respond, but just ask me to respond first. I'll let you, I promise.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Any other comments? does anybody have any gut response as to something that you would like to see happen? I don't need a motion right off the bat, just thoughts about yes, no, in what way? Yes, Representative Gerhardt.
Can we put the provision for the sunset clause in?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Is there anybody who, if we move forward with a piece of legislation, would be opposed to putting a sunset clause into it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not a member of the subcommittee, but
We still value you.
thank you. I just, like I said, have that concern. We started with the fire academy, police academy's on board, and over the next 3 years while this is going, there's going to be more people knocking at the door saying, you did them, time for us as well. We're struggling, help us out. And this committee has taken a strong stance previously on this issue. And I think we've been generous as a state, as you heard, what other states are doing, allowing our retirees to work. So I just caution concern that we're going down that road.
So once again, so this particular part of the conversation is mostly just about if we were to do something, putting a sunset clause in or not. Just from your perspective, because I'd be curious, if we did move forward with it, we put a sunset clause in it, it didn't seem to have any negative impact on the state or how it operated, on the retirement system, how it operated. Would that alleviate concerns about extending it potentially to other branches, or is it just on principle?
I think it's based on the principle that we've gone forward with. We're allowing people to retire, collect their full benefit, and come back and work again for another entity. And that could at some point affect full-time jobs that are in the system. And that's the caution I put out there.
No, it's reasonable. Thank you. So I know that one of the concerns is if you want to get people with experience to fill these training positions, most of them are going to be taking a major step down in pay in order to do it. And so getting them to agree to prolong their benefits in order to take a step back in pay and stay on for another 5, 6, 7 years to teach is sometimes a tough sell. So there is that angle to it too. Yes, Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we have anyone from the Fire Academy here today?
Yes.
Maybe just a general question to you.
Well, you can ask him if you'd like.
Right now, they're allowed 1352 hours, that they
Yes.
could put all 1352 to the Fire Academy?
They could if they wanted to.
I don't know what the extra hours would be good for. If they've already got 1,300 hours, they can put to the academy. And if I may, just, it's anecdotal, but I was talking to a fire chief from a volunteer fire department. So he's full-time. He thought the fire academy was very difficult for his people to get training at. Anecdotal, he thought the fire academy was basically for the training for the full-time fire departments who had constant need to upgrade and maintain their fire department skills. But he was saying that it was very difficult. He'd have to reach out months in advance to get him or some of his volunteer lieutenants in for advanced training. It was very difficult. But I do have a little bit of a concern of extending the hours because if 1,300 hours aren't enough, why would 1,600 hours be enough? I guess that's my question.
Would you have anything that you might be able to add to that from your perspective?
Representative, thank you for that question. To be clear, we train all firefighters across New Hampshire, whether they're on call, volunteer, or full-time. About 75% of our firefighter 1 and 2 programs, which are the initial training level, are delivered out in the field around the state in host departments. The struggle that this particular chief is facing is not unlike many others. There is a increasing demand for training balanced with our ability in terms of budget and personnel to deliver that training. So that's what he's facing. And to respond to the total number of hours, the 1,352, if all of these retirees devoted that entire amount of time to us, that would be very helpful. Oftentimes, they work in other part-time employment, and I don't track what they do outside of our academy, that then eats into that total accumulation of hours and doesn't allow them to work for us. So it is a choice they're making. But
Yes, Representative True.
Thank you. So in staffing for the training levels, for the training hours for the fire academy, would you say it's mostly a small cadre of volunteers that are, or you have many volunteers to choose from in order to get enough hours in for training?
being volunteer instructors,
Yeah,
so we do pay them. They're part-time per diem employees. We have a large pool of them. And when we post a class, when we have any of our programs running, we will advertise the open instructor positions, and on a voluntary basis, they can sign up for those. So we can't assign them to classes because they are part-time per diem. To Representative Goley's point, frankly, it would be a lot easier to manage with a larger contingent of full-time employees because we could assign them to specific programs at specific times. That's just not how it's worked for generation, at least.
thank you.
Yes, Representative Goley.
Just one quick question. During the COVID emergency, did the governor not waive the number of hours that members could work, so they could work almost an unlimited number of hours during the emergency?
I believe he did.
Did that increase your pool, or did people work more hours during that time?
I don't have any specific data on that, but during that period of time, the fire academy, like most agencies, shut down, put a lot of programs on hold, so we didn't have the demand for instructors.
Is there a generalized comparison between the wages that are paid for the academy and maybe other part-time work that they're doing within the fire department? In other words, are they likely to prioritize working at a fire department somewhere else over the academy because of a pay discrepancy?
I don't have any details on that. That is a fair assumption, though.
Okay. Thank you again,
Thank you.
Mr. Cutting. Appreciate it. Well, I will need a recommendation at some point from somebody as far as how we want to proceed with this. Yeah, I think we're pretty much all agreed that if we do something, that there would be a sunset provision in it so that it could give it an opportunity to see what would happen and then bring it to an end, so it doesn't just go on interminably. I think that would also potentially ward off some of the short term of other people showing up and knocking on the door, because we can say that we're looking at it and waiting to see what the results of it are before we, make any recommendations for the future. But it certainly is going to, I think, open up that door. So that's something to take into consideration. The bill as it stands, without further amendment to it, of just removing the hours that are worked at the fire academy from somebody's part-time working hours of 29 and a half hours. Are there direct concerns? I know Representative True, you mentioned a few, but other than that, are there direct concerns with doing that, with removing those hours out of their limitation, just in general? It's gonna be a stare down, guys. Yeah, I'm assuming that nobody's prepared to make a recommendation at this point on that. Representative Davis, did you have any thoughts on that? Yeah, just the mic.
Not at the moment, actually. I'm still new to this whole system here, so a lot of it doesn't make any sense to me.
Mhm.
Why are there no full-time instructors? I don't know what questions to ask when I don't understand why the two entities or other entities aren't treated the same inside the same system.
So the problem that's before us, and this is always the difficult thing with this sort of conversation, we don't have any control in this room over whether or not they have full-time people.
I under-
And I think many people probably agree with you on that point, but knowing that they don't have them and the situation that we're in right now, where at least we're being told that they don't have enough hours to cover the instruction that's necessary, and they're looking for this to be at least a solution in the interim to get them from point A to point B. That's really the question that we're looking at, and we'll have to make a decision within that paradigm.
Right. I think that I think you should be able to give them the amount of instructors they need. I mean, if there are people's lives on the line, a few extra hours here and there. I mean, do the other entities that you're worried about have the same need for training?
Representative Bully?
Yes, because you're also talking about, it would go to part-time police officers as well as part-time firefighters working in district that we have held firm on 24 hours. So even in the towns, working part-time for those departments, we've held firm on.
Okay, I'm still kind of following along. So,
Fair enough.
thanks.
Well, here's what I'll recommend because we have just a little bit more time. I think we've got a lot of information today. We'll give you guys a bit of a chance to think about it further. We'll come back next week at 9 a.m. Would that work for everybody? Come back next week at 9 a.m. and at that point we will actually have to make a decision on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And did we discuss the amendment?
As far as bringing the police academy into it, we have not discussed it. Would you like to discuss it?
I think I have misgivings about that. I don't know enough about the retirement system to speak intelligently on it, but I would think part-time people working at the police academy, which has full-time employment, could have a negative effect on the retirement system itself, as far as part-time people retired, not paying into the system. So I have misgivings about the amendment.
Okay.
A lot of questions about the bill itself, but misgivings about the amendment.
Thank you. Anybody else on that topic? I would say at this particular point in time, I'm hesitant to extend it to the police academy as well until, if we're going to move forward with something, I'd like to see how it works in a more confined space. And I'm sure that will garner complaints if we move in that direction eventually, but we can discuss it further next time. But hopefully everybody feels a little bit better educated on the topic than they did when they came in. Give it a week, think about it, make some phone calls, get a little bit more educated. We'll come back next Wednesday and be prepared to actually make a motion of some sort. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. Let's close up on 183 for right now then. We'll close up exec on that, and I will open up 193. Representative Lekas.
So in the case this is being recorded, for the record, I'm Representative Tony Lekas, representing Hillsborough 38, the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. I have an amendment which I sent to the committee. I don't see a copy printed here, and I don't have more than one, to amend Part 1. And, it's up to the chair how you want to handle this. I can just deal with that, or I can go through all 8 sections again, if you like, or answer questions or whatever you want.
What would be helpful to the committee? Would you like him to go through each section? I think yes, Representative Trier.
I don't know how much time we have left, Mr. Chair.
About
but,
20 minutes, maybe 15.
I think while the representative is testifying, I think I need to know the why. Why are we doing this? I haven't been able to figure out much of the why.
Okay, I can at least briefly go through each section and explain the why. In general, for the most part, it's clean up of some language. This was at the request of the retirement system, this whole thing. Carol asked me to take this on, and I went and met with them, and this bill is the result. So for the part one, there's already a program where you can have two teachers share a job. I guess there was some concern that the language wasn't clear. There were actually, the original or current language, I guess. And there were some things that got appealed to the retirement system. They made some decisions on that. This supposedly cleans that up. And then the amendment to this section was requested by the lobbyists from the NEA, National Education Association, and the retirement system agrees with it. And when this was written, the idea was that, I mean, what this is you can have two teachers that share one job, and the original thought was that some would be, they'd be on one day or another day. What the original bill didn't allow for is if they were, say, one did the morning and one did the afternoon, because it was just in days, not hours. And so the amendment, clarifies that and changes it, which the employer designates a position as a job share. Each individual schedule work 50% of the regularly scheduled hours, days or hours in that semester for such position. And so, that's what the amendment allows for. But again, there was some misunderstanding, I guess, and it needed to be clarified.
Yeah, would you like the representative from the retirement system can join you as well?
Yeah. Do you want me to speak to this one?
Yeah, just,
What
what was the
again-
confusion?
Yeah. Mark Kavanaugh from the retirement system. The clarification here is that job sharing for teachers is mentioned in two parts of the statute. One refers to equal, the other doesn't, so we wanted to clean it up so it said equal in both places. And then we wanted to clarify what equal meant. The whole idea of job sharing is, without that provision, you'd have two part-time people who didn't work enough hours to participate. So this allows two people to participate for what is essentially one full-time slot, or full-time equivalent position. So we're awarding service credit to two people, even though they're not working full-time. And this is an accommodation that the legislature made for a common arrangement that schools have with teachers who aren't available to work full-time, but can split a job between two people. And so we just wanted to clean it up and then make it clear what equal meant, because we thought, well, 50-50 is equal. Someone wanted to say 60-40, that's fine. But if you get to 75-25, should a person get service credit for only working 25% of the time? So, 50-50 seems to be the best arrangement. We're not adverse to a 60-40 if it provided some more flexibility.
Thank you.
So can we move on to part two?
I think we can.
Okay. So there's some special case things in the statute around how the pay for extra or special duty is handled. And, that's normally if you have, a utility company is paying for a police officer to be there when they're doing work, on the lines or something like that. It's being paid for by a third party. The thing here is to clarify that, if you have, let's say, a grant from the federal government or something else that's paying for a policeman to do what he would normally do as part of his job, that doesn't count as extra or special duty. And that's to clarify that, because that was ambiguous. So if there's
Any questions on that? Go ahead and continue then. Oh, Mr. Kavanaugh.
This came up in the context of county deputy sheriffs doing prison transport for ICE in the federal courts. And the county was mistakenly calling this special duty because they were getting reimbursed by a third party, i.e. the ICE or the federal court system. But that resulted in people working special duty during their normal 8-hour shift. They, instead of doing deputy, they would say, okay, you're in prison transport. Now for members hired after 1/1/12, special duty doesn't count. And so if that person is working 2 days a week doing prison, they're only working 3 days a week as a deputy sheriff, and that's not enough hours to get them into the system. And so we had to clarify that it's not special duty if it's your normal job, just because money, the source of funds came from a third party. Special duty is the phone company paying for a guy to sit behind the truck while the guys are climbing the poles, and then you billing them $50 an hour or something for that.
Thank you.
More traditional concept.
Appreciate that clarification. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Lucas.
Okay, I'll move on to section 3. And I may, I'll let Mr. Kevin, I'll take care of this, but basically it's dealing with potential ambiguity between the terms newly appointed positions and newly created positions, and I'll let you deal with the details.
When this provision was put in, the intent was to stop or prevent the addition of new positions that are fixed for appointed for a fixed term that are exempt or have optional membership. The problem was one part it talked about newly appointed instead of newly created, and created confusion as to whether someone who was newly appointed to a pre-existing position had the option or not. And we're just clarifying that the option applies to any position that existed at the time the law changed. It's only newly created positions that don't get the option.
Go ahead,
So
Representative. Yep.
If people are happy with that, we can go on with section 4. This is a situation where somebody was in the retirement system, they left the job, they withdrew their contributions, and they might have rolled it into a 401k or IRA or whatever they did with it. And then they come back and work for a job that's under the retirement system. They're permitted to buy back that prior credit, but they have to pay the full actuarial cost. The issue is it's mentioned in 2 parts of the statute, and in one place it says the minimum amount they can buy back is 6 months service, and the other place it's a year. And so the statute's in conflict with itself, and this just straightens that out and makes it 6 months in both places.
Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So what would it cost to buy back 6 months?
They would pay back what they were given when they withdrew their contributions plus additional interest in the interim. Now, the reason we have 6 months is that if a person starts working and leaves the job within 6 months, if they take their contributions back, we give back the employer those contributions. If it's more than 6 months, we don't give them back. So if a person comes back and buys back and they give us their contributions, we don't have the employer part of it. So that's why that's why it's 6 months.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Lucas.
Okay, now I'll briefly say on section 5 that this is to clarify who's responsible if the employee doesn't enroll in certain provisions. I will let Mr. Kavanaugh take this one.
This is what we call employer enrollment oversight. If you fail to enroll someone when they're first eligible and that's discovered later, that person can file a petition to ask to pay for the time. They pay their contributions, the employer pays their contributions. But they're not allowed to do that if the failure to enroll was through some fault or consent of the member. And so this last section creates a presumption that it's not the fault of the member unless there's evidence that the person did consent or the like. And so this is, we want to say definite documentary evidence of the person's election not to participate. So some employers protect themselves by saying you're in optional position. I want you to sign this form that you're not joining and it's your choice. That overcomes a presumption. In the absence of that form, it's a presumption that it was all the employer's fault. And this is just clarifying that the election means the election of the member not to participate.
Thank you.
So if there's no questions,
We're all set. Yep.
all right, can move on to section 6, military service credit. So first of all, it removes some redundant, does a number of things, removes some redundant language, that's just completely a copy of something earlier, and clarify confusing current positions regarding what portion of military service credit is free of cost and what portion requires the member to buy it back. I'll let Mr. Kavanaugh deal with that. And also, it deletes a section that's been preempted by the Federal Military Code. It doesn't permit, certain retirement things to be conditional on whether or not they're receiving military retirement. So I'll let you take the details if you would.
Yes, so there was some confusion the way the statute was written before because of the redundancy, whether the 3-year limit on free service was intended to apply per deployment or cumulative over your career in the system. We felt that it was, in our long-standing interpretation was that it was by career. Recently, a gentleman was inadvertently allowed to purchase more than 3, or was given more than 3 years for free because an old purchase from 30 years ago didn't make it through a computer conversion, and so we accidentally paid him for 4 years, gave him a 4th year, because he had, in each of these were multiple deployments. He had 4 different deployments. He appealed, and he won his appeal before our Board of Trustees, so we've had to reverse, and it's now a career standard. And our concern is that theoretically, someone could go out and do 2 years and 11-month stints repeatedly through the career, come back and work for a few months for someone in the system, go back to the military, and 30 years from now retire with a 30-year pension, but only actually worked for an employer for 4 or 5 years, was with the military, and got all that other time for free. So I did a survey, or I got access to a survey by a national pension association that showed what other states do. You're not required to give anything for free. All you're required is to allow them to buy back that time and give them their same job back while they're out. That's the Federal Military Code that we're subject to as well. Some states allow you to buy it back only if you're honorably discharged. Some will give you a little bit, some will give you some free. If you make a Congressional Medal of Honor or a Bronze Star, you get a year free, but you got to buy it if you don't. And some just say, you can buy it, but we don't give any for free. 3 years is the highest state I could find for the number of free years given. So we felt that, protective of the system, that 3-year was an appropriate limit. And in light of the recent decision, we felt that needed to be codified.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, no, that's what it's for. We got 3 or 4 minutes left, so.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The 3 years free that you're talking about is 3 years that a person was in the military and is getting credit for 3 years of New Hampshire retirement system?
Correct.
And who's
So-
paying for that? I'm sorry.
Well, it comes out of the fund, which
Yeah, if you could just a little bit
it,
closer.
it, that then gets reflected in employer rates.
Right.
Just like anything, if employer rates are what pay for most things, and plus the employee contributions. So the employer rates are the ones that are variable based on liabilities, and so that they theoretically would go up some amount based on the free service.
Right, so the bottom line is it's all the property taxpayers is where it ultimately comes from.
So, yeah, go ahead, Representative.
But
Tripp.
it's not, so it's not that the employer, the town, is not being charged $20,000
No.
right now.
No.
It's reflected in the future rates.
Right.
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
And
One
I'll-
second. Oh, sorry. One second,
sorry.
Representative. And for the purpose of this bill, obviously, too, we're not instituting that. It already exists more expansively. So,
Right. I'll deal with 7 and 8 together. They're both a situation where there was exactly duplicate language in 2 places that there was no need for, and that just, cleans things up.
Right.
And then if I can go on to 9, the last
absolutely.
one.
Yep.
In statute, there are requirements that that the retirement system follows certain standards. Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, and the problem is the name has changed. And so it's just necessary to change the name in statute to reflect the current name. That's all it is.
Thank you.
And that's it. And what I'm asking the subcommittee recommend is to adopt the amendment clarifying, that the teachers can share hours rather than only days, because our situations where one person may be free in the morning and then they may have to do childcare, take care of their kids or something in the afternoon. Another one, it could be the other way around. And this permits that to happen and for them still to be in the retirement system.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in, taking your time.
Okay.
We're about 5 minutes till 10 when the regular committee work is going to start up. So we're not going to discuss this today. We'll come back next Wednesday at 9 a.m. and we'll exec both of the subcommittee bills. Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do we have to, does the full committee have to have a recommendation from us ready to go? In other words, we need to do it now?
Next week, right?
Th-
Yeah,
This
we have
one
to do it
has an
next week.
FN as well, actually. I don't know quite why. Oh, it's less than 10,000, so.
Mhm.
it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the Fire Academy bill probably will need a little bit of time next week to deal with that. But yes, next week I believe is adequate.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're not in the rears.
Yep. All right, I'll close up the subcommittee meeting and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, it's a little bit past time. I apologize for getting a late start here, but I would like to open the public hearing on HB 445FN relative to operational funds for the OPLC. And I would like to welcome Representative Ullery to, what's that? Oh, oh, Ullery, okay. Sorry, Representative. Thank you for joining us.
It's a perennial joke. He also doesn't vote the same way I do, most of the time. For the record, my name is Jordan Ullery, representing Hillsborough 13. I had the honor of serving on an OPLC commission, studying the issues regarding the operation of OPLC over this past summer, representing Ways and Means, along with now Senator Lang. One of the problems we found is that under the structure of New Hampshire law, you have to expend your monies every year. And in spending those monies, if you need extra money, you have to take from here, which then increases the cost that you're going to assess to the members who have licenses under the fee structure of OPLC. What was determined from the commission was that a float was needed, if you will. The derogatory term is slush fund, but in fact, it's a fund where you can take monies from here, put it over here, and then it comes back into here again. This bill that we're submitting changes the funding from the fees from a lapsing fund to a non-lapsing fund. And then it specifies the purposes for which those non-lapsing funds are used, and only for those purposes. So it's one of the more simple bills. It has to go through this committee for policy, and then it goes to Ways and Means, and I can see one or two modifications being made in Ways and Means, but the general policy is if we establish a non-lapsing fund, then OPLC has, for example, if they have an investigation that needs to take place regarding, I'll pick one because they're up there, and no aspiration on massage parlors, for example, which I'm sure some people will immediately complain about. But if they need to investigate the licensee's operation, they need to hire either a private investigator or another person to go out. It takes time from their budget, their operating budget. This would go out to that and come back in. And then it does not have to raise the fees of every license holder in order to pay for the expenditure to investigate this one particular group over here, or one particular license holder over there. That's just an example. It's not. I mean, it could be it could be a doctor, or it could be any one of the other licensed agencies, a psychiatrist. We did learn that midwifery is one of the ones that everyone complains about for some reason. I have no idea why. I worked with midwives in the field, and but you know, it is what it is. But it's a simple bill. And the idea is to make OPLC work better. What we did do, and what eDNA is now aware of, we had a variety of different sections. We divided that up. This is the first part. You have a much larger bill coming forward that will need some greater discussion. With that, Representative Schmidt has a question.
Representative Schmidt does have a question. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Jordan. So tell me, this is, you're bringing this bill at the request of OPLC, or is this, I see you've got a lot of people on the bill with you. So the origin of the bill is your own idea, or is it a request of the agency?
A combination of the agency coming to the commission and saying, we need some help. This is an idea. The commission sitting down and saying, yeah, it looks like it's a pretty good idea. And that was a bipartisan commission. You know, it was chaired by Senator Carson, but Representative Merchant was on it and with me, and I don't remember all the right offhand.
It is definitely bipartisan. Thank you.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone? Thank you, Representative.
Well, it's a lot easier than education was yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, the chair would like to call Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Representative Mark Pearson. I chair Health Human, no, I don't, not anymore. Children and Family Law, that's it. I do get to the right room each time, though. I'm going to speak in my role as chairman of the Department of Health and Human Services Oversight Committee. It was brought to my attention last September, a series of articles in the Boston Globe newspaper about 20 malpractice settlements on behalf of a surgeon practicing at a New Hampshire hospital. Why it was brought to my attention is those 20 malpractice settlements and other malpractice settlements from other physicians were reported on the website of the Massachusetts Board of Medicine, but not on the New Hampshire board. It was silent. So I appointed a subcommittee and we looked into this, had some meetings, and concluded that while further study was needed, we could identify two sticky spots. One, maybe our rules in New Hampshire on what should be reported need to change. But secondly, we discovered the Board of Medicine in New Hampshire has a retired physician serving very much part-time and as a volunteer. It's unlikely he can give due diligence, given all of that, to the complaints that come his way. In other words, we need to have a funded position. And why the non-lapsing part of the money at OPLC is important is, absent that, we have to wait probably until the next budget cycle. Why should we wait when we really have identified a problem? Why should we wait that long? If funds were available to be designated on an as-needed basis, that person could be functioning now. That would answer the questions that constituents are asking me, and maybe some of you, as to, given all of this, why is the board not reporting these things? We should be able to answer that, and by funds being available in a non-lapsing way, we could strike immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand the idea of the immediate availability of funds and that the fund would be made whole subsequently. Where would that money come from? Is that going to fall on the ratepayers in any way to repay the fund for fronting the money that is needed? I'll acknowledge that.
While others perhaps could speak with greater specificity, as I understand it, rather than having a surplus of funds in OPLC being sent back to the general fund, OPLC could retain some of that. It would not be additional money, and no less a financially cautious person than the chairman of finance assured me. I don't have any problem with that. Thank you, Representative Weiler, I said back. So it would not be an additional taxation on us.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
you.
The chair would like to call Executive Director Lindsay Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today regarding House Bill 445, which seeks to modify OPLC's existing dedicated fund to a non-lapsing fund. Just to give you a historical background regarding OPLC's funding mechanisms, the my understanding is that the boards prior to OPLC's creation, about half of them at least, were general funded. They created they received revenue through licensing dollars, which went to the general fund, and then they were appropriated funds. When OPLC was created, their fund or our fund was established as a dedicated fund, and we were determined to be self-funded. At that time, the fund was non-lapsing. And then shortly thereafter, I believe it was the next budget cycle, the statute was modified to make our fund lapsing every 2 year or every year. That was problematic for us because our revenue stream is very inconsistent. We have most licenses renew every 2 years, but it's not on a consistent basis. So, for example, we have extremely high volume renewals in December and June. And so the lapse every year was a problem. So the last budget cycle, we modified the statute to create a lapse of every 2 years. The lapse numbers I just wanted to share with you since OPLC's creation in 2016 was $4.7 million, in 2017, $5.5 million, in 2018, $5.5 million. 2019, there wasn't a lapse. 2020, there was a lapse of 6.9. That was for the 2 years. And last year, 2021, we lapsed about $4 million. The problem with this is that licensee dollars were completely self-funded. Licensee dollars are supposed to be used for licensing purposes and not for any other purpose. And if you look at the numbers that we've been lapsing, it's been significantly over that 125% threshold. And personally, it's concerning to me that essentially we could be taxing individuals. And I think that was the finding of the committee that was established last year by Senate Bill 330, and essentially why the recommendation was made to make our fund a non-lapsing fund. There are some directives in the bill, which we fully support, which is that the remaining funds could only be used for capital expenditures or to reduce licensing fees. Right now, we haven't been able to modify licensing fees. There's a separate bill going through that you may see to make clear that OPLC has the authority to establish fees. And our intent is to level set all the fees. Right now, we have individuals or boards that are not paying their fair share. They're not meeting their costs. And we have other boards that are completely overpaying, and we need to level set that. But we also need to have funding available in order to support the licensees. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the director? Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Chairman. What would you say supporting the licensees includes? Is that oversight of the licensees?
It could include oversight of licensees, but for example, I think you've seen the dental board audit. One of the major issues with the dental board audit that was cited was the fact that our licensing portal is completely deficient. And that costs a lot of money in order to procure that technology that licensees can utilize to self-report changes, to self-report continuing education, so that we aren't creating barriers to workforce by allowing us to license people in an efficient manner.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. Is there any safeguard in place to keep the licensee? Okay, you want to return money back to licensees if it's overpaid, but what's to prevent your department just from creating programs or more data driven, whatever? You know what I'm trying to get at? What's to keep you from just creating more infrastructure and bureaucracy? That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, no, that's legitimate. There is obviously our authority to do what we do is limited by statute. So if we were to create additional programs, it would have to be statutorily authorized. There's also the dedicated funds committee that we have to report to. It's the legislative committee. This is a dedicated fund, and so there would be oversight through the dedicated funds committee.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
I don't see anything in the bill, but is there anything else that would limit how large this fund could grow? I mean, I would expect that if it got larger than needed, fees would start to be reduced, but is there anything that requires that?
Not in this bill. I do know that there was discussion about potentially limiting to an amount certain. We would certainly be open to that. I do know it's been my experience that that's something that the dedicated fund committee monitors, how much money you have in the dedicated fund, and whether you truly need the dedicated fund or not.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is it not the case that the intent of the statutory solution or concept is that the OPLC is supposed to be self-funding, but it's not nowhere that I'm aware of that it's supposed to be a cash cow, and to the degree that the funds, the excess funds, flow over instead of being retained so that they can be returned to the licensees so that they are not being overcharged for something that is not necessary to fund their coverage and their administration.
Yes, that's correct. So right now our dollars are being utilized to fund the general fund, which is not the purpose of licensing dollars. And it's concerning if that's a backdoor tax on licensees. And so this is intended to really remedy that problem.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I just have one. So, do you have any recommendations as far as limiting the funds? Like, as Representative Lakos was saying, there's no cap to this. So as funds go up, requiring that they be applied to certain things in a certain percentage or a certain amount?
So I think the figure that, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, the figure that was discussed at the committee or at the commission was $5 million. The things that come to mind are really technology that costs money in order to procure. And the problem with, you don't want to completely change licensing fees every time you need to do a procurement. I'd have to give some more thought to that, but $5 million is certainly reasonable for us. That's about a year and a half's worth of an existing lapse right now, which would mean that we wouldn't have to modify licensing fees. We will modify licensing fees as noted because some people are paying too much and others aren't enough. But assuming we didn't, that would be about a year and a half's worth of savings, if you will.
Yes, Representative Lakos.
Thank you. Do you have some general guess as to the cost of some of these IT infrastructure projects? Because I imagine you might want to let that build up so you had enough money to pay for it. I'm wondering how much that might be.
Yeah, so the contract that was just approved by Governor and Council, we thankfully were able to get some ARPA funding for that, and that funding is about $3.8 million. I think that should be sufficient to at least get us migrated to a new system. But in terms of upgrading additional IT costs, I'm not sure. Additionally, that contract is limited to a certain number of license types. And so every time the legislation or the rules change to create or modify license types, it requires additional development work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Chairman. So some licensees that are more expensive to monitor, or you say they're not paying their fair share?
No, what I'm saying is, so I think your question is really how do we allocate fees and what is the cost of a license? There's a whole discussion about how we allocate fees, but generally the shared costs we allocate to each licensee the same. So everybody should pay the same amount in shared costs. But right now, some boards, when we allocate those fees, are not even meeting their costs. I'll give you an example, cosmetology and barbering. The boards used to have the authority to set fees, and some boards were being subsidized by others. And so there was no motivation, I think, to change their fees. Cosmetology, for example, had only charged $40 every 2 years for a personal license for many years. And the true cost of a license is about $150 every 2 years. So they're at about 40% of their costs. They also have additional direct costs because they do inspections as opposed to other boards. So their costs are actually higher. And so we see other boards like pharmacy, accountancy, paying more, and the opposite. And that's the problem.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you for your
Director.
time.
The chair would like to call Stephen Rencourt.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire and the executive director of the Electrical Contractors Business Association, the ECBA. And we're here to support this bill in concept with a lot of the concerns that you've already raised in your questions. And I have heard that there's going to be a bill that probably addresses that more, but our concerns about the dollar amount, where it goes, what goes back to the licensing fee, licensees, because it's kind of on the tail end of the list where you look at what they're going to spend it on. And again, our concern, as Representative brought up, are we going to just add more infrastructure or more cost to use up that money and never do it? We would hope at a minimum, this would keep the fees where they are, because they were going to have to increase them quite a bit originally. So hopefully this will help if they do that. It's important that it's non-lapsing, because most if not all of the boards in this OPLC are 125. We have been for a long time. So we create another 25%, generate another 25% income for that. And it's our money. It's not anything that's the citizens pay for, the taxpayers pay for. It's licensing fees that pay for it. And in the past, you're supposed to have that, so if you have any issues, one of our inspectors' car breaks down, something like that, we can replace it, but we've never had that ability. It always got put to the general fund. So we hope that this will make a difference and help with all the issues that the executive director has as well, as far as some of the infrastructure. The shared cost thing is, again, probably discussed in a different bill, how they come up with that. We would hope that's something, like we mentioned, maybe making sure that a percentage of what was left went towards reducing licensing fees to make sure it didn't get abused. 30, 40, 50% or whatever might be left, so that they're not spending it all on additional stuff just because we need it. But we also would like to see the pay grades increased for our inspectors. We're struggling to get inspectors right now because the pay grade's not enough for what's out there in the economy the way it is. We're short one inspector and we can't fill that position. So maybe things like that can be addressed as well, whether it's in this bill or not, or one coming forward. And I'll take any questions.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the issues that this committee has labored over for a long time is delays in getting applications of stakeholders, of licensees dealt with, processed expeditiously, so that in some cases it can be very harmful to some businesses if they can't get their people in for, in some cases, a month or more. Is this a phenomenon that your particular field has suffered under?
As far as not getting new people licensed, is that?
Expeditiously.
I think that our particular field and the electricians have done pretty well with that. We've been pretty, they've had some technology issues, which I know that the executive director is trying to fix, and that part of this and the funding is the biggest issue with it right now. It's not working 100% right, but for the most part, as we transition, it's getting better. The initial changeover to electronic was tough.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're raising one of the cost aspects that we're also mindful about, to the degree that the agency is not as functional as it might be because it doesn't have adequate funding. Then the ultimate burden falls on the licensees and their organizations, but also on the people of New Hampshire who don't get the service they need as quickly as they would like it and as they deserve, because the system is too sluggish, because they don't have either adequate technology or adequate processing. So I appreciate your testimony, because this is an example, and Director Courtney mentioned already, that their revenues surf up and down, and to the degree that the lapsing aspect takes money away from them at a time when they ain't got it. This is not for the benefit of the people of New Hampshire. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, that's definitely we're one of the few that, and it's been changed, I believe, that was on a 3-year cycle. So, and our license were broken up over those 3 years. So if you took it in 2-year, 1 year might be lower than the other, and it would affect it. I mean, the director needs to have it as a whole picture and not be taking the funds every year like that to do it. So it would make a huge difference.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Chairman. As far as the inspectors go, the pay, is it indexed to inflation?
I don't know the exact index. I heard that they're hoping to increase it a little bit come next year with some increases, but it's not compatible with inflation. If you take that job right now, that's why we can't get anybody. It doesn't meet what you'd be making outside.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Thank you. Representative McGuire, did you want to speak? I don't have a pink card for you. Okay. Anybody else? Representative Ellery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on some of the discussion that had already taken place regarding the cap on the funding and everything else. This is a 2-committee bill. The second committee bill will go to Ways and Means. Normally in Ways and Means, we talk money ad nauseum. So we're looking for the policy that this should be set up at this point, not necessarily the details as to whether or not a cap is necessary. I do agree, and I will put in an amendment on this bill when it goes before Ways and Means in about 4 weeks, if this bill passes out of here affirmatively and passes the floor. So about 3 weeks after it passes the floor, it should get over to Ways and Means. And I've just discussed with Commissioner Courtney, and the 5 million cap seems to be reasonable. And I don't disagree with that. I do agree with the cap. Understand that the purpose of the bill is to provide the operating funds rather than having to renegotiate them over and over and over, and then reapply and say, well, we have to raise the individual licensing fees, which I used to be subject to, not with this office, but with Department of Safety. Now, that's a process that doesn't need to be done. It's an administrative process where you can take the funds, handle the situations that come up from available funds, and then if excess funds are generated, roll those funds either back into the operation of the agency or send them over to the general fund. As you saw from the information that was provided by Commissioner Courtney, you have $3 to $5 million that will be floating around. And in the size of our budget, that's not all that much money. But I would be happy to answer any questions, and I will assure the committee that I will put in an amendment at $5 million, which is what the commissioner has suggested.
Any further questions for the representative? Thank you, Representative. Would anybody else like to speak on the bill? Not seeing anyone, I'll close the public hearing, and without objection, we'll move into exec. We are now in executive session on HB 445. Representative McGuire moves ought to pass, seconded by Representative Gertie. Representative McGuire, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. This is a case where the organization is funded, it has a dedicated fund, but due to timing issues, ends up accumulating enough that gets lapsed to the general fund. And so they are a little handicapped in actually having funds to take care of their improvement needs. The executive director is looking at license fees, and I am proud to say that in cases where the statutory authority for fees was not there and a rule expired, they actually returned licensing fees to the individuals because you can't enforce an expired rule. But some of the boards have been paying too much for years. And we need to make sure that they have the flexibility to adjust the fees so that the licensees are paying their fair share and not more. And I think that one of the reasons they're building up a surplus is that each individual board was mandated to produce 125%, and the bigger boards did. But that was a number that when you start adding up 125% for all the boards, you end up with extra money in your pocket. And this will help to smooth out some of those things.
Thank you.
I hope I've made sense.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Grady, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you. For those of us who have been on this committee for a while, the discussion of OPLC and their fees is not a new subject. And a commission was put together to take a look at the agency overall to make it more efficient and bring parity to within the organization. And this bill is a policy bill that does that. And I would encourage the committee to support it. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Representative Lakis.
Yeah, I think having it be a non-lapsing fund makes complete sense. I mean, having them end the fiscal year with zero money and starting over, I can't understand how they can manage it in that way. And, while I have complete confidence in the current director, who knows what the future brings, I would like to see some cap, but I'm glad to leave that to Ways and Means.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So the motion on the floor is ought to pass, and I will have the clerk call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
And the clerk votes yes. Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
I'm not sure if I was here when the question was put or if I came in after.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Oh. 15. 15 yay, 1 nay.
Well,
Yes.
one not eligible. Okay, the vote being 15-1, the motion passes. Is there any objection to consent? It could, here, 15-1, that's.
No, because of the financials.
Ah. Yes, you're right. The financial impact is, you're right. Let's leave it on the regular calendar. And I will write a committee report as soon as possible. Okay, and we have a few minutes. I'd like to mention that we have a full day scheduled for tomorrow. If the weather is as bad as some of the forecasters say and they close the State House, I'm going to ask to move those hearings to Friday because they're all early bills and we really need to hear them. So just to warn you, if the State House is closed tomorrow, we'll be in on Friday. And what else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We have a subcommittee hearing scheduled for Friday on the licensing bills.
Yes, I will do what we can.
Okay.
What's the process on
I think that when the notice goes out, the State House is closed. Last time, when it was closed on Monday, they said these committees are canceled.
when you schedule this for Friday.
Sorry. So
Oh, it'd
the
be
notice has
subcommittee?
gone out for the Friday subcommittee work session, so if you have to move EDNA General Committee to Friday, is it, you're going to arrange for the subcommittee one to be canceled, notice go out, or what happens?
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I hadn't thought about it. When would you, if we have to be here on Friday for the pension bills, when would you like to have your subcommittee?
As soon as we can schedule it, when there's
One
free
day.
time.
One day for subcommittee.
No, but for a meeting, for a hearing.
Yes.
We don't need 48 hours to reschedule.
I don't know. I'll check and see if I can do it.
I don't know, can people make, do we have anything Monday? Can people make Monday? I don't know. Take a look.
No.
Okay.
I will confirm that we're able to just move it up. But one day, yes, Representative Schmidt.
Well, Monday may not work, but we can talk if it happens.
I think that the closer we can come to the scheduled time for the bills that we would be hearing tomorrow, if the weather permits, the better it is, because a lot of those, I have a couple of important bills with people coming in, and putting it off till Monday flips the schedule a lot more
Right.
than for the subcommittee. So we don't know for sure that it's going to be, but I think your attempt at scheduling in the unknown
Yeah,
is
well, it's-
prudent. So thank you.
Yeah, those bills are important. There's 6, 7 of them that we really need, and they're all early. Yes, Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the weather misbehaves tomorrow and we end up sliding till Friday, do you anticipate doing any exec sessions on Friday?
My intention on those pension bills was to hear all of them and exec 3 of the 4 in the afternoon, because those 4 bills all affect similar areas of statute, and I'd only like to carry one into subcommittee. But other than that, no, I don't think we'd exec the others. Okay. All right.
Until quarter of.
Well, I have
Yeah.
stuff, and, don't worry about
Diane.
it.
Man down.
Oh, thank you.
That stuff you just pushing off through, or like on a day like today.
We can't vote on it today. Yes, sir.
Friday. Given this latest weather thing, you want me to try to arrange for a substitute Friday? You're gonna do some executive. I mean, the margin of victory on.
No, but those are, I mean, we've Good morning. Welcome to EDNA. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 341. And Representative Broder, do you wish to introduce the bill? You need a pink card.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jackie Groda. I represent Rockingham 24, the towns of Greenland and Rye. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 431, which is a bill that will leave this committee and go to finance if passed, that establishes licensure for massage establishments. Before we begin, I just want you to note that this is not for massage establishments where there is one sole proprietor. We've received some letters against this bill, but this bill would not apply to those individuals. You've received from our committee researcher, Brad Greenland, the background history on this bill. And it was determined last year that it should be considered again for legislation when it was retained. I'll let you know that there is an amendment in OLS that would include Asian bodywork to this bill. And this bill was submitted because legitimate massage establishments are being compromised by investigations that impair the industry's image and reputation for safety and hygiene. By allowing OPLC this registry, reports on inspections will be allowed, and businesses that are an issue will be brought to public awareness. And that's really all I have to say about the bill. I'd rather not answer any questions and allow the agency and those in the industry to address your concerns.
Thank you, Representative Groda. In that case, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the EDNA committee, my colleagues. It's an important bill that we bring you today to deal with a real problem that exists in the state of New Hampshire. But it's also something that it's important for us to understand what's really at stake here. So the purpose of this licensing bill is protection of the state of New Hampshire, the people of New Hampshire, and the practitioners of legitimate therapeutic massage. Because we have a situation here that it's bad and it's getting worse. And it's really important for us to understand that the towns that are being impacted are suffering substantially, and we will hear testimony from at least one of the towns involved. And I actually discovered that the city of Dover, where I live and where I represent Ward 1, it also has one of these illegitimate massage establishments. So it's important for us to understand that we are actually involved in, as I say, protecting legitimate therapeutic massage. And for those of you who are new, let me just take a moment to speak to the aspect of licensing, because we all have familiarity with our driver's license. It's given to us after demonstrating that we have the capacity to operate a motor vehicle safely, but also an understanding of the law with regard to using the public ways. And so this is not dissimilar to what therapeutic massage practitioners do. They have been examined, they have been trained, they are given a license reflecting their skill and their ethic. So this is not a dissimilar situation. Some of you undoubtedly, maybe all of you, have received emails regarding the fact that this is unfair to legitimate massage therapists. But in point of fact, and they say, we've done nothing wrong, we shouldn't be penalized. But they've got it backwards. It's not that they are being penalized for not doing anything wrong. It's that they are entitled to be licensed because they are doing something right, something legal, something good, something beneficial. So one of the aspects of licensure is, as we all know, in the case of our driver's licenses, if you do something wrong, your license can be suspended or it can be revoked. But one of the important aspects of licensure is a license can also be denied. And that is the purpose. One of the important aspects of this bill is that those who do not provide legitimate therapeutic massage practice to the people of New Hampshire who need it and who want it, those people can be denied a license because they are not doing what the state provides. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this bill different in any way than the one we had last year?
I think it's slightly different in one respect, and that is it was brought to our attention by the police chief of Derry that the bill as originally drafted and that you're referencing that was presented last year talked about therapeutic massage establishments. Okay, but it was pointed out by the police chief that the illegal practice that many of the towns are suffering from, they advertise themselves as Asian body work or Asian whatever, and therefore that the bill might be technically missing the mark with regard to these practitioners because it talks about therapeutic massage, whereas these illegal operators are talking about Asian practices or whatever. And therefore, the amendment that Representative Grote referenced is also deals with Asian body workers. This committee about 10 or 12 years ago, I think I may be one of the only ones who was here, separated Asian body work such as shiatsu, Reiki, structural integrators and so forth, separated them from the massage rubric because they said, we're not doing massage. We don't belong under massage. It's kind of like asking a plumber to get an electrician's license in order to do plumbing. They're not the same thing. They don't belong together. So this committee and the legislature did separate out all the Asian practices and put them in their separate section of the law and separate governance, separate board. And so, to the degree that the bill that we're offering addresses a particular section of the statutes, and the lawyers for the defendants potentially would say, that ain't us. So it's different in that respect for sure.
Follow up? Now, some are here and some are not, but my problem last year was, and you kind of led me to that by saying what the police chief wants. The problem here was it didn't seem to be a licensing measure, but a Fourth Amendment workaround. And you kind of went right to it by saying what the police chief wants.
The police chief pointed out it's not what he wants. He said the bill that we are offering, the unamended bill, looks at therapeutic massage establishments, and it doesn't deal with these Asian body workers.
Does the police chief have any association with OPLC?
Does he have any association?
Does he have a masseuse,
I don't know.
All right, never mind. Thank you.
I don't know whether he has any association with it. That's not the issue. The issue is what is the town of Derry dealing with at the current time.
Yes. Any other questions for Representative Schmidt? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Chairwoman. This activity that's occurring in these massage parlors, is this consensual activity between two adults?
I have no idea.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have one question, Representative Schmidt, if you don't mind asking, there's one section that it says that it's.
Can you give me
It's
page,
it's
page and
page
line?
3, line 7, starts section Roman 3. It says, this section shall not apply to a sole proprietor or to independent contractors, which is fine. But then it goes on to say that if that person is providing services without a prior appointment, they shall obtain an establishment license. What's that for?
Well, as I understand, I'm not a customer of, I've never had a massage, so I'm not speaking from prior experience, but I do know that in many cases, massage therapists perform their massage on someone who is unable to come to their establishment. So the therapist goes to the home of the client slash patient. Or sometimes I think they'll even use a hotel if they're working out of town and so forth. So they may in certain instances not be operating out of their usual facility. And therefore, as I understand it, they would need to have an establishment license. But that's a hypothesis on my part.
Thank you. I'll ask someone else. Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Schmidt, I'm trying to understand the benefit of the bill and licensing accomplishing a goal beyond. Is it only for sex trafficking that we're looking at this bill?
Labor trafficking as well.
Yeah. Trafficking, though.
Yes.
I think trafficking is involved, but this is to protect the people and also the practitioners of legitimate therapeutic massage.
So, follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the main purpose of this bill is to prevent trafficking, do we have laws against trafficking in the state of New Hampshire?
That's not its main purpose. Its main purpose is to protect legitimate practitioners who in some cases, and we had testimony a couple of years ago when we first heard the bill, that in one of the communities the health officer was treating legitimate massage therapy as the same as illicit sexual massage, and tarring and tainting legitimate ethical practitioners of therapeutic massage by lumping them in with lumping them in with illegal practice is completely inappropriate. So it's not just for the trafficking.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Schmidt? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mike Posak. What did you say? Oh, sorry. I read them I call them as I see them, which is not always what it's intended to be.
You're reading my good morning.
Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. My name is Mike Pasanka. I serve as the resident agent in charge for Homeland Security investigations here in the state. I've served in that role since February of 2014. I have 25 years of federal law enforcement experience. As the HSI Manchester RAC, I've led the state's efforts to investigate human trafficking, both sex trafficking and labor trafficking statewide. In 2016, our multidisciplinary effort to combat human trafficking was funded by the U.S. Justice Department. and through that funding, I oversee 2 task force officers, one from the state police and currently one from the Stratford County Sheriff's Office, to investigate human trafficking along with special agents assigned to my office statewide. I'm here to speak today about human trafficking, what it is, our general approach to investigating this crime, and the threat that illicit massage businesses pose to human trafficking. Human trafficking is the use of force, fraud, or coercion to compel an individual into some kind of labor, whether that's commercial sex acts or any other kind of labor. We've seen it in the state in the agricultural industry as well as the construction industry. And we investigate human trafficking in whatever form it presents itself to us, whether that's sex trafficking or labor trafficking. Sex trafficking has presented itself where familial or intimate or societal relationships are present. We take a victim-centered approach to investigating human trafficking. That means our ultimate goal is to hold accountable the individuals who are profiting the most from this sort of activity. We craft our investigative approach to avoid holding potential victims of human trafficking accountable for relatively minor offenses that have been committed incidental to having been trafficked. Human trafficking, criminal human trafficking cases are very difficult to make because we rely on testimony and cooperation from the victims. And in order to gain that sort of testimony, we have to overcome the dynamic that's going on between the trafficker and the victim. And that the trafficker in these cases, the victim in these cases are reliant on these traffickers to meet their needs, whether it's a drug addiction need or a housing need or a food need. In every human trafficking case that we have investigated, the victim is reluctant to cooperate with law enforcement as a result of these loyalties and out of fear. Though that type of dynamic is present in our illicit massage business investigations, because we have victims who are either foreign nationals or who are newly naturalized U.S. citizens who have very limited English ability. The jobs that the ownership in these establishments are of that same ethnicity. The employees are reliant on the business owners for items such as living quarters, transportation, and even food in the illicit massage business cases. We've made criminal cases against illicit massage business owners in the past, but they're very difficult to obtain, and we've done so without the cooperation of the potential victims in these cases because we've been unable to pierce that trust or that societal obligation that the victim has towards the trafficker. So right now I want to dispel a myth about human trafficking. And it's a myth that we see in the media. We see it in Hollywood. If you've seen the movie Taken, you have a very clear-cut example of human trafficking. That portrayed victim was drugged and sold into the sex trade. That's not what we see in reality on the streets. What we're seeing is victims who are doing what they have to do in order to survive, in order to feed that drug addiction, or in order to make a living and stay in the U.S. So, Representative Gerhardt, to address your question earlier, is this occurring between two consenting adults? My initial answer would say I don't know, because there is that veil of secrecy that's going on in these cases that I'm unable to pierce very often. So if there's exploitation going on, I'm not getting the cooperation from the victims in these cases in order to establish that. And also my secondary answer would be we have had juveniles go into illicit massage businesses and be assaulted, frankly, sexually in these establishments. So we've coming from both sides there. We've seen juveniles, and I can't say that these are consulting or non-consulting. Consenting. What did I say? Consulting? Consenting. I'm sorry. Consenting. Yeah. Yeah. So one way that we address the human trafficking threat posed by these businesses is by our own federal regulatory authority. I have one auditor in the state, and he's responsible for identifying these illicit businesses, and he serves the appropriate paperwork, and he audits them. For our audit authority has to do with ensuring that business owners comply with their responsibility, their lawful that their employees are lawfully present in the U.S. and have employment authorization. It's a Form I-9 audit, which we all have filled out for our employer. The regulatory authority in this bill will help this regulatory approach to combating human trafficking in a victim-centered manner. It will assist us in our efforts to hold accountable the potential trafficker and the ones who are capitalizing from this activity and not the potential victim. I appreciate your time. I'm certainly available to answer questions.
Thank you. This bill will be going to subcommittee, so we may ask you to support it if possible. Okay, Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the work that you do. My question is, given the current porosity of our border situation, are you seeing an uptick, downtick, or about the same level of problem that you're describing?
Here in the state, I'm seeing about the same. I don't think that the threat posed by these illicit massage businesses are a reflection of what's going on at the border. In fact, the employees in these businesses are generally lawfully present in the U.S. They have asylum status, permanent resident status, or even naturalized U.S. citizen status.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fitzgerald? Oh. Fitzpatrick, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be accurate to conclude that the victims have their own form of Stockholm Syndrome?
Yeah, that would be a syndrome where they are under the spell of a trafficker, and certain psychological issues are going on, and they feel like they owe a duty to their employer. Is that what you mean by Stockholm?
Yeah, follow up. Obviously they're being fed, housed, clothed, and just like a kidnapping victim over a period of weeks or months, they form a excuse me, I stutter for those who don't know, a relationship with their abductor, in this case, a kidnapping victim. But the way that I'm reading what you're saying, they form their own type of Stockholm Syndrome with their employer in this case.
I would generally agree with that. I'm not a psychologist, and I don't think I'm in a position to make that kind of diagnosis. But
Okay.
I would generally agree.
Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned that this bill that's really about a policy for licensing massage therapists is turning into a sex trafficking. But there's a comment you made or an impression I'm getting from your testimony that I couldn't let pass, having worked with victims of whatever. I'm a social worker. So Is it your testimony to the committee that all of the sex trafficking issues are about immigrants and that there are no white, rich, powerful men in New Hampshire who are involved in taking advantage of women and illicit sex trade? Is that your testimony?
No, that's absolutely not my testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ibarra?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today to talk about this difficult subject. My question is that how would you categorize the businesses that you're seeing this sex trafficking in versus the multiple good massage therapy businesses that are out there? In other words, how would you, if you were to make a left side of the column and the right side of the column, how do you identify these from a distance or from your trained eyes at what you're looking at? I spoke recently to a town in New Hampshire that was easily able to identify them. I want to know, how do you identify and categorize the left column versus the right column, please? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question, and I don't want to get into too many particulars about our investigative approach to establishing this, but we take a few different steps. One would be a report from the general public or from the local police department that there is commercial sex activity occurring in these establishments. We would take certain steps, such as looking at publicly available information to conclude that there's a high a high probability that prostitution is going on in these establishments.
Follow up, Madam?
Just a brief one. I believe he's stated he doesn't want to give you too much information.
Thank you.
Okay.
My question then would be, is there any way in your experience that from an ordinance standpoint, with, as you said, a report from the public, a report from the police department, things that are publicly available that could be constructed at an ordinance level rather than a state law?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
May I clarify, Madam?
Please.
My question is there, in your opinion, is there any other way to fix these problems without overlaying an entire RSA across all massage therapists by use of ordinance? Does that clear it up?
Yeah, and no, not that I can. I mean, I'm happy to just to talk about alternatives, but I can't think of one of my own.
Okay. Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as far as identifying these businesses, we received some online testimony from various people. One was a owner of a massage parlor, and I just read briefly from her email. As an LMT, I cannot being to tell you how many phone calls I get in a week asking if I offer more than just massage. I am bluntly asked if I offer happy endings. I have no recourse with these calls. There's nothing misunderstood in the intentions of the caller. I advise a caller that I am booked solid and that they can call the following phone number. Then I give them the police non-emergency line. As a therapist, I need recourse to have action taken against these callers. When I call the police, they tell me that no offense has occurred and that I'm just fixing it. There's nothing that can be done. I'm being solicited for sexual favors. How is this not an offense? Now, I'm not here to say that is or isn't an offense. I don't know, and that's not my thing. But if people can actively call these places and ask for these services, is there really much investigation to be done besides just sitting with a Rolodex and calling these businesses? Do we need this bill? That's what I'm trying to get at. It seems like these businesses that are soliciting this are doing it openly because she's receiving calls. So this is not something in the dark. Thank you.
Well, she's receiving cold calls. She's not receiving any calls from someone that any kind of response to any kind of advertisement that she's put out that would somehow suggest that her business is engaging in this sort of activity. So, yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding what do you mean by the word investigation? A regulatory investigation or a criminal investigation? Because if we're talking about a criminal investigation, which is what my office predominantly does, we do some audits, but I have one auditor, I have 9 criminal investigators. On the criminal side, just that sort of solicitation and the advertisements aren't explicit. They don't specifically say we offer sex acts. They're just they're known in the community to provide sex acts. The word gets out. So that in itself, without an act, we wouldn't be able to use any kind of criminal statute.
Madam-
If I may, Representative Gerhardt, I think he's concerned that you don't need a whole lot of investigation if you can just call them up and say, do you offer sex? And they say, oh, sure. When do you want an appointment? I mean, that would be, you
Okay.
don't,
And then what?
well, then you've identified your suspects right off the bat.
Yeah, but we don't have any recourse.
Madam
Well,
Chair.
I think we're getting in, but way beyond our scope, to be honest with you. I think Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for testifying today. We heard on the bills last year and previous bills that part of the difficulty with investigating these illicit businesses was, and right now, the fact that it's controlled by local ordinances. And we heard that one of these businesses would operate in one town, and if they were being investigated, they would just shut down and move to a different jurisdiction. Is it your understanding that this bill would help overcome that difficulty and still being able to investigate these businesses wherever they go to?
No, I don't believe that this bill would prevent them from picking up shop and moving somewhere else. That's something that we do see, and we've seen it as a result of our regulatory action as well. I don't think that would stop.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Representative Gould?
Do you think this bill will curtail illicit sexual trade in New Hampshire?
I do. Yeah. I think it'll be another tool for us to put the business owners on record that they are being scrutinized by the government, and it would help to build a dossier to justify further criminal investigation.
Thank you, and
Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Beverly Dando from Salem? Derry. Oh, okay, yes. Again, I'm having trouble with the handwriting. Turn your mic on.
Sorry.
There you go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Beverly Donovan. I'm the Economic Development Director for the town of Derry. I don't want to rehash what's already been said, so I thought maybe it would be helpful to take you through our process to understand even how we can differentiate between the legitimate organizations that provide massage versus some of the illegitimate or illicit massage parlors. In the town of Derry, part of my job is to get to know all of the businesses. So when somebody comes in to start a new business, I usually meet with them. We talk about what they'll be doing, where they're going to be going, and so on. And I help them through what we call our change of use paperwork, which I think pretty much every town has this system, so that all of the departments are aware of who is in business in town, emergency contacts, and so on. In that change of use over the past 5 years that I've been working for Derry, we've changed that so that we now, and this was partly because of COVID, we now ask for more detail about where people live and can be reached in the event that shutdowns happen or so on. And we also ask for a description of their business, and this is across the board for every business. What we've been finding is there is just one segment of the population offering massage, and there are many, many legit therapeutic massage businesses. But there is a segment in particular, and this is how they are called out, is Asian Body Works, and this is starting to become an issue. Somebody had asked how you know. Well, it's the frequency. When these businesses come in, it's usually with somebody that they call a house manager, brings in the person who is then the translator for this person. They sign up for that business, and across the board, it's been the same translator for, we now have 6 of them with a 7th on the way. When something happens, when they by chance have an inspection because of a fire alarm or whatever the issue is, a lot of times we find that they live in there. Their food is delivered to them. They have no means to leave. And what will happen is the fire department will issue a violation. They will have to shut down. And almost like clockwork, the very next week, they will come in with a new owner with their translator. And this happens over and over again. In most cases, at least once a year. In one of our recent cases, 3 times in 1 year, one place. Somebody asked about consensual. I'm going to go a little bit deeper and say that in Derry, our zoning doesn't allow for money for sex. It just doesn't, and I don't think the state does either. So that's not something that I want to dig into, but anyway. Local police have no authority to just go in and inspect any of these businesses without a complaint. And I don't think you're going to hear many calls come in from people that had a bad experience at an illicit massage establishment. It just doesn't happen. The calls that we do get are from concerned citizens. In one case, we have a condo development that backs up to one of these establishments where we've gotten calls that the women that live there are doing laundry in a bucket in the back and hanging out their clothing, washing pots and pans on the back deck. These are people that can't leave. And these are businesses that are open till 10, 11 at night. For what reason? And one of the calls that we got recently was because there was a lawn sign out with a phone number that a citizen had looked up the phone number and found a litany of illegal services being offered under that establishment with that phone number. Without shop licensure, there's nothing we can do to go in and regulate that. With shop licensure, when these businesses turn over, when they come in with a new person to sign up and say that they are the new owner of a business, there has to be a bill of sale. There has to be a new inspection. That will help us. It will help prevent it from growing. So really what I'm looking for is for this to pass to help me prevent it. I don't want to be in a position where we're policing, and especially for legitimate businesses. And I will say I've talked to a lot of our legitimate massage establishment owners who would welcome shop licensure because it gives them legitimacy over some of the illicit businesses. The last thing I want to touch on is putting this in place would save a ton of money for the taxpayers, especially in my town where I have 6. It takes dozens of hours of the time of our health inspector, our code inspector, our fire inspector, my office, the planning office, everybody who's involved in tracing and going through this change of use system, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of running around only to do it sometimes 3 months later. It's very frustrating. So I'm here to ask you to please, please consider passing this legislation. Thank you. Oh, also, I do have some letters here from the town administrator, our code enforcement director, as well as myself, and I'm not sure who you would like me to.
Representative Schmidt is there to take care of it for you.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Any
Thank you for
questions?
testimony. There may be questions. Are there any questions? Representative Abear?
Thank you, Director Donovan, for your testimony today. My question for you is, if speaking about the fact that this bill would bring that beginning part of the paperwork and the licensure and would give you a little bit more control, are there any changes to an ordinance such as living quarters? In other words, if I know that somebody's living in a zoning, a place of business, I would call the fire department. The fire department can take over from there.
So it's already against our ordinances to live in a commercial property. It is. But we usually don't find that out until something else happens. For example, a fire alarm goes off and a building needs to be re-inspected. That's when we find those things out. Otherwise, it's hearsay, and law enforcement can't do anything because somebody said, I think someone lives in there. You have to know someone's living in there. Otherwise, it would be harassment. And our police chief is 100% behind this passage of this, as well as other chiefs that he has spoken to, and it's an important piece.
Thank you. Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I believe the bill's intentions are noble, but I mean, the opposition, at least on emails, has been pretty heavy. So the concern I have, though, is is it that hard to find someone that speaks Chinese to solicit these services, to go into these establishments, to then figure out what's going on, and then just to be done with it? I'm misunderstanding the
Well, I guess I would ask, what would the authority to do that be? They have their translator. I can have an app on my phone. I have done that, gone in and just to say hello, as I do with many other businesses in town. But you can't just go in there and inspect a business, no more than you could do a bead shop or so on, just because you feel like going in there to inspect.
follow up, please. Well, I mean, with, let's say, crack houses, trap houses, whatever we want to call them, you go in there, say, hey, can I have some crack? They give it to you, and then you arrest them for said service. You know what I mean? I don't see why that couldn't be done. I'm just confused here.
Well, I guess under what authority? Just because you think you know something doesn't mean that you do know something. So it would be considered harassment to go in and do something like that. And I'm sure probably Homeland Security, or if the police chief would hear, they could go into that. I'm not in law enforcement myself, but I know that we have met with several agencies over the past several years, including Homeland Security, multiple agencies, to try to figure this out. And what the best option for us always, as it comes up, is prevention. And prevention in the sense that if you require shop licensure, then that's an opportunity for the OPLC to go in there at the get-go and license that shop. When that shop goes out of business or sells, then that happens again, and you have another opportunity to go in there. And I won't get into the details of when these types of things have happened, but it results in people either moving on or, closing up and bringing in a new owner.
Follow up?
Last follow up. Well, wouldn't prevention also consist of dealing with members of the community who are frequenting these establishments? I mean, wouldn't that kind of play into it? Just dealing with that issue and bringing that to the forefront of the community. Hey, guys, this is not a good idea. Maybe we should discuss this. Or is it people from outside the community? Or Is
I
there
think
any?
it's a little of everything. And I will say, you know, from an economic development standpoint, in certain areas, strip malls where these occur, I have had calls from the neighboring businesses too that are very concerned because they see the trafficking. One actually did decide one summer day to sit out in a lawn chair in front and say to every person who walked by, hey, how is it in there? Just to deter it. But they shouldn't be in that position. These establishments should not be able to hurt the neighboring establishments.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Charlie Pendlebury. I'm getting all the names wrong today. Pendlebury. Excuse me.
Okay, no worries. Good morning, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Charlie Pendlebury. I'm a detective with the Merrimack County Sheriff's Office, and I was fortunate enough to be a member of the New Hampshire Human Trafficking Task Force and investigate both sex and labor trafficking. As already discussed by Rak Pazanka, these cases have proved to be very difficult. And I just really want to reinforce and echo what he's already been said. I think a lot of the important points have been touched upon and discussed. But Representative Gould, you asked about basically state law, correct? So I wanted to touch on about 2 points with New Hampshire state law. State law enforcement has 2 RSAs at our disposal basically for this. New Hampshire RSA 633-7, which deals with trafficking in persons, and then New Hampshire RSA 645-2, which is prostitution and such related offenses. The issue is that this would mean we would have to criminally charge the workers who are believed to be victims of trafficking in these cases. And as already discussed with the victim-centered approach, we do not want to be charging victims of human trafficking with prostitution. It's counterintuitive and potentially harmful to the individual. Therefore, as already touched upon, our goal is to hold the person profiting accountable. If this can be done under New Hampshire RSA 645-2, the penalty is only a misdemeanor and there's low accountability. However, to adequately...
Excuse me, are you saying that running an illicit house of prostitution is a misdemeanor?
That's a misdemeanor, ma'am. Yes, unless there's an element of human trafficking involved, which again is really our whole goal to try to establish. And as already discussed, it's proven extremely difficult. So for facilitating a place under your control for the purposes of prostitution, the penalty is only a misdemeanor.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And again, we've already discussed why they're reluctant to come forward and work with police. And I don't believe it should be the victim's responsibility to stop the abuse they are experiencing. There needs to be more than just the criminal justice system to augment these investigations and hold those profiting accountable. Again, I just really want to reinforce and echo what was already said, but I'm open to any questions to try to answer them.
Thank you. Representative Dolan and then Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony and the hard work that you are pursuing. I'm very sympathetic to the lady from Derry and her story. I served 2 decades as a town councilor in Londonderry, and being a sister community, ran across human trafficking several times. And I am getting to a question. It is one of the most heartbreaking things you can see is when these teenagers, in some cases preteens, are brought forth from this environment and that they're lost in. They don't know what to do in. And my question to you is, what does your experience show? Is what happens to these folks that are found out or are accused of human trafficking? Are they punished by their...
Excuse me, Representative Dolan, that's a fascinating question, but I'm not sure it's entirely relevant to the bill in question. Do you think it is?
Well, I'm kind of working my way towards
Oh,
more
well,
elements.
what's the
Uh,
question then? Thank you.
The question is, how do you manage the victims that find themselves in this environment, and especially the teens and preteens?
Well, again, sir, I want to be honest. I have no experience with dealing with juveniles in these type of establishments, so I can't speak intelligently on that. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought for a minute. But I mean, the severity for the crime of human trafficking would be substantial if it can be established, and that is our goal, whether at the state level, which would be a felony, or at the federal level, which, the repercussions are substantial. But again, getting there and proving it is extremely difficult, so.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Blackus and then Gerhard.
Thank you. I think maybe other people may have some questions which aren't directly on topic, but if you could hang around a little bit after the hearing, maybe we could deal with them then rather than drag this out. Thanks.
Okay, Representative Gerhard and then Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the victims, thank you for coming in today. The victims we're not trying to charge, you don't want to be charging the victims for these offenses. But isn't that the whole premise of the drug war? Catch a small fish, lead you to the big fish. Wasn't that the whole concept? Not that the drug war is a success, but I'm just saying, isn't that the premise?
I mean, again, I understand what you're saying, but I'm a little confused by that and how that really applies here. I mean, you're right, I'm testifying as a state law enforcement officer, but are you asking me, again, investigative questions?
Follow up?
Yes, Representative Gerhard, I think it may be that in the case of a business like this, the business owner is, at least the medium-sized fish is already there. If that's correct? So follow up.
Well, just the concept of establishing guilt, or, it just seems that, so you have the lowest person that you couldn't technically catch easily. You call these establishments, we go in there, I'm not going in, but you go in there and you disestablish the crimes have been committed. Then you're saying that these people at the lowest levels will not turn on the people at the next highest level.
Oh, and that's the thing. And as I was saying, I mean, charging them could just put them in harm's way for multiple reasons, right? And yes, I don't think even putting a misdemeanor charge on them, why would that be enough for them to flip it? It's just a fine, right? It could be the price of doing business. It's not enough for them to, put themselves in harm's way and rat out who's ever trafficking them. I don't believe so.
Thank you, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in and testifying. I apologize that I wrote the 2 RSAs down and I can read them later, but then in your subsequent testimony, is what I'm hearing that you don't have a law specifically against trafficking?
No, there is a law, 633-7, but
Okay.
But again, really there to dumb it down, we need a commercial sex act with an element of force, fraud, or coercion. And in a massage parlor, we would need that element of force, fraud, or coercion coming from the victim.
Okay.
And as discussed, we can't pierce that. It's just, whatever that element may be, right? One of those three things. Yes, they're a little broad, but.
I understand.
Yeah.
My social work background is in juvenile justice with adolescent females, so I totally get all that.
Right.
So you have a law, but this is going to help you in
Follow.
terms of licensing so that, as I understand it, it gives you the cause for, I'm sorry, follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This gives you the cause to go into the establishment? Is that the deal if they're not
No,
licensed?
I'm not using this to go into an establishment. My thought process is that this would just help regulate these businesses, right? It would give we would know who worked there. It would prevent a consistent rotation of workers potentially. Do you know what I mean? I'm not asking to use this for law enforcement purposes. I just think it could be beneficial to victims of human trafficking.
Thank you. Follow up? One more?
Follow up.
Promise less. In my experience in foster care or residential care where you're worried about perpetrators taking children in and abusing them, I find that my experience has been that a perp will jump through any hoop, but law-abiding citizens get to a point where they say enough. And so you don't have, I don't want to lose my ability to get a massage. I don't want to see massage therapists harassed by regulations that are unnecessary unless I know how this is going to help. And to me, my concern is about, well, I can talk about that later. That goes beyond. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. It was helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions? Right. Thank you very much for your testimony. And, all right. Pamela Keelig and Meg Chant.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alyssa Dandria, and I'm the Community Relations Specialist for the Coalition. My
Which
colleague,
coalition?
the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. Pamela Kylie had to go to another hearing room, so I'm stepping in for her this afternoon or this morning. May I approach with the new card and also my contact information so you have that?
We'll pick that up at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Coalition for or against domestic against.
Against
Okay.
domestic and sexual violence. We also have copies of our testimony, which we'll provide the committee at the end as well. So the coalition is the umbrella organization for the state's 12 community-based crisis centers, which serve victims of domestic and sexual violence, stalking, and human trafficking. We provide free and confidential services to about 15,000 victims every year. I'm here today to support HB 341, legislation that would establish for massage parlors. I am joined by my colleague, Meg Chant, who is the human trafficking specialist at the coalition. She's here today to provide information about how this legislation would positively impact our state and our response to human trafficking. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'll let Meg continue.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Meg Chant. I'm the Human Trafficking Project Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. And in this role, I serve as the director of the New Hampshire Human Trafficking Collaborative Task Force, which is a multidisciplinary partnership between law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, healthcare professionals, children's services, victim services, and community partners throughout the state. I'm going to skip a little bit of the human trafficking background I was going to give because some of our colleagues have
Please.
done that.
We would appreciate it.
Yes, I do want to just highlight the question from Representative Gould earlier, though, that the victims that we see around the state are all ages, genders, demographics, as are the perpetrators. So it's not a specific immigration issue or anything like that. The Polaris Project, which operates the National Human Trafficking Hotline, created the term illicit massage business to describe a very specific type of exploitative, organized, commercial front trafficking venue that they saw implicated over and over again in cases reported to their national hotline. So that term doesn't encompass legal, therapeutic massage businesses, nor does it include consensual sex work that may incorporate massage. While we know that it's not the sole purpose of the bill, the coalition believes that this bill would help to address the growing problem of illicit massage businesses in New Hampshire. So OPLC can speak more broadly to why this bill is essential, but we are here to talk about the human trafficking element. The task force has identified more than 50 such businesses in our state to date. It's very difficult, like Officer Pendlebury said, to initiate a human trafficking investigation in these situations because the trafficking prosecution relies so heavily on victim input. And in the absence of a stable, secure victim, by which I mean a victim who is and feels safe from their trafficker, it's nearly impossible to gather that information about their trafficker to bring the case. It's a priority of the coalition in partnership with the task force to connect as many victims and survivors as possible with the services that can help to raise them out of crisis. The coalition and our crisis centers aim to provide access to robust, trauma-informed, victim-centered services for all victims of human trafficking. This necessitates outreach to victims who may not realize that help is available and that the abuse and exploitation they're suffering actually meet the definition of human trafficking. We know that these businesses are operating around the state and that victims in these situations are carefully controlled and monitored by their traffickers with very little opportunity to seek help, let alone to research what options might be available to them. Traffickers, like previous testimonies have said, traffickers exert a massive amount of control over their victims. So they may be immigrants, they may not be, but traffickers can exploit social and cultural norms, a relative lack of contacts and familiarity with local resources, as well as by telling that, traffickers can express to victims that they are committing a crime of prostitution or related crimes, and that if they report that or if they seek help, they will be prosecuted themselves. And that's, like people have said already, that's not what we want to do. We want to stabilize victims and get them to safety.
So how would the bill help?
It's critical that we find every opportunity to counter these dangerous messages and meet victims where they are. So this legislation would create another way for victims to be identified and offered services. If we can have informed professionals making contact with these victims at the point of licensure checks, we have an opportunity to connect with them, to offer services, and correct misconceptions about vulnerability to prosecution and removal. So we see this as an opportunity to offer someone a safe, supported pathway out of their trafficking situation and connect them to the many services and resources that are available to them via the Coalition's 12 regional crisis centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any specific questions? Okay, I think we've worn ourselves out. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Michael
Thank you.
Porter.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. I do have written testimony, so we'll keep Representative Schmidt busy today. So my name is Michael Porter. I'm the Investigations Bureau Chief with the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. You'll have my written testimony. I really want to highlight the aspects of this bill, what this bill does. What this bill does, first of all, it's one piece of a very large puzzle. This bill provides an ability to inspect massage establishments proactively. It reduces the disruption to legitimate businesses, legitimate massage therapy businesses, and other businesses that are operating in the vicinity of these other establishments that are hosting unlicensed practice of massage therapy. This bill assists in the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. This bill protects legitimate therapeutic massage business owners who are operating legally from those who are not. This bill reinforces public confidence that an establishment and a licensee they're meeting those minimum health and safety requirements. Those are some of the key factors of this bill. Right now, we currently do not have the ability to go in and proactively investigate. With other licensing boards, we do, other professions, where we can go in, we can inspect. I want to assure something to this committee right now, and I've heard the question asked. We're not calling Mike and Charlie saying, hey, come out and do an inspection with us, and if we find something, you can move in. That is not what's happening. We already have statutes on the books that allow us, when we are doing a regulatory investigation, if we determine there's criminal activity, we already have the authority to go and reach out to law enforcement and provide them with the evidence that we've seen. As the current legislation that is enacted today, we only license the licensees, not the establishment where they work. So when we get a complaint that comes in, because we're reactive, not proactive, we will send inspectors out. And I have personally this year made it a point to go out myself with other investigators. I can't get into all the details of the investigations, but let me give you some highlights. We approach a building, it's in a strip mall. There's other businesses operating, and in order to gain entry, you have to hit a buzzer. They look through their camera, they see who we are, and they either refuse to open the door, whether they do it verbally, which has been done, or they just don't open it. Other times we've called in, we've said, hey, are you open? Oh yeah, we're open, come out the back. I was like, no, we're gonna come in the front. Oh, we're closed. Okay. These are two incidents. We also had a person, and I don't want to get into too many details on this, who believed he was visiting a legitimate massage parlor until he got inside and things happened. and money was demanded from him, and he paid it because he didn't know what was on the other side of that door. He paid it. Those are situations that we're running into. Now, we can go in and we can attempt to identify who the unlicensed parties are, but they don't have to allow us in. And when we do go in, we don't know if we're getting the right name. In some instances, in one particular case, I was given 4 different names. I don't know who the person was. I couldn't identify that person. When we left, we had no avenue by which to even attempt to close this business down, because if they had an establishment license, we could do a memo for the board, highlight what happened, and let the board determine if this business posed an imminent danger to public health, safety, or welfare. And if it did, they would have the ability to immediately shut down the establishment. We could then notify law enforcement, and if that establishment opens up again without being licensed, they're in violation. We're coming at this from a pure regulatory perspective. Any ancillary issues that occur as a result of that, that's not something that we're looking for. But I do want to let this committee know, as far as I've heard questions about ordinances as compared to licensure laws, and I agree, ordinances are fine if they're enforced and enacted. The problem is the courts today, especially the district courts, they really don't enforce the violation level ordinances. Police departments are overrun with other serious calls that they have to respond to. And if they're responding to ordinance violations, it ties up those units and those services. The fact of the matter is, if this is under a licensure, an establishment licensure, and you can look at our website and you can see some of the emergency suspensions that we have issued across the board for various professions. If the board determines that there's an imminent danger to the public health, safety, or welfare, because we regulate that business, we can actually, the board can actually issue an emergency order. Now, they do have due process. That due process requires a hearing within 10 days. They can get that hearing. Oftentimes what happens is we enter into a preliminary agreement not to practice pending the outcome of the investigation. But these are some of the highlights that we have, that this bill brings forward. And an ordinance would not solve the immediacy. And if we're dealing with people and consumers who are actually today being harmed, we can't wait 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks for an ordinance violation to be tracked through the court system. It should have a regulatory body, which is us, where the board would hear the facts and make a decision. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
I have 2, actually.
Yes.
So do I understand you correctly that you expect a illicit business to not be able to get a license in the first place?
I don't know that we would, you're asking me a hypothetical on something that we just don't know the answer to yet, because when they apply for the license, it'll depend on what their application says, and depending on what they're.
Okay. But you do expect that if a complaint was received from a illicit establishment, you would be able to enter without their permission and shut them down immediately, or possibly the short board visit in between.
Right. So I want to make sure we're not going and kicking in doors. So what happens, we would go in, for example, and say, we would like to come inspect. They could still refuse us, but that would be a violation against their license. We would then file that with the board and pull them in for a hearing. I just want to make sure that this statute doesn't give us the authority to just barge in. They could still tell us no, but now we have teeth.
Thank you. Any other, Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just by way of clarification, this is obviously, it seems like a different sort of bill because 2 very obvious things are overlapping with each other. We're asking to create a license for an establishment, and we're also trying to combat a separate sort of crime at the same time. And I would kind of relate it to, it would be like if we were going to license food service industry people, but at the same time we're looking for money laundering. And so I guess my main question is, we have 2 things that we're targeting, but we have 1 inspector going in. And is that inspector also supposed to be an expert in identifying trafficking in order to bring that information out so that we can then look at that situation and pursue the avenues that you're talking about, because we just have one inspector, but we're really trying to accomplish two things at the same time.
And that's a great question. So as far as being an expert, no. I think a lot of it would depend on what they see when they go in. So if they were to go in and see, let's say, something that appeared to be out of the ordinary, that they would come back and report that to myself or the division director who's here, and we would talk about it. It's not like it would be an immediate call to law enforcement. It may be something that's innocuous. It may be something that's nothing. They wouldn't be an expert per se, but I think that this really comes down to accountability. Right now, there's no accountability. And if we have the establishment licensure, we can absolutely hold that business owner or establishment owner accountable. Through the investigation process, we may learn that there's criminal activity, and we will definitely report that out to law enforcement and other health licensing agencies as well. So I hope that answers, but no, we're not going to be experts.
Follow.
Sorry, Madam
That's
Chair.
okay, go ahead.
Right. So one of the things that we're going to have to balance as we're looking at this, obviously, we want accountability, right? But we're balancing accountability with harassment, and no matter what we do, the risk of both is present, right? I mean, we could overstep our bounds and harass somebody innocent or vice versa. And so once again, we're looking at a particular person as being kind of the spearhead of that operation, and that person is an inspector for massage establishments. It's not an inspector for looking for illicit businesses, correct?
Correct.
So
100%.
from your perspective, how do you really thread that needle?
Well, it is a difficult
And I'm
needle to thread.
sympathetic to, obviously, I want trafficking to stop. So I'm not saying,
I understand. And I think it's important to understand from our perspective when we look at this. So we have that inspector who goes in to do a random inspection. We don't have to wait for a complaint. So we don't have to wait for the post action. We can try to be proactive. They're going in looking for health and safety code violations to make sure that they're properly set up, that, if they're, and I don't know what those are. Those haven't been fully flushed out, and I'm not an expert on that. So the key here is to determine whether they meet those minimum safety requirements. If other things are happening and they observe it, then they will bring that back to us, and we'll discuss it. But no, their primary function is regulatory, not criminal investigation.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes, Representative Abear.
Thank you for your testimony. I just have one last question, and that is there anything in your enforcement regulations currently or audits that you could increase without this law being enacted?
With specifically with massage itself?
Yes.
Right now, we don't have the ability to do any inspections until we receive a complaint. So even if we do the investigation and or inspection, and like I said, I've been part of those this year, I've made it an effort to do so. If we're refused entry, there's just nothing we can do. And we receive these calls from towns across the state, Londonderry, Derry, and then up in the North Country, and they're frustrated. And so unless we have that ability to actually inspect, there's very little to nothing that we can do.
Okay. Interesting.
Thank
Thank you. Other questions? I was actually incredibly disheartened to hear you say that the circuit courts and the police don't enforce our ordinances, because it seems to me that we're band-aiding a new law on top of an existing law that is not enforced. And I have some very deep philosophical objections to that.
Yeah, and I think it's not, and I want to be very, very clear here. It's also the speed by which action can occur, right? If you do an ordinance violation that goes through the court system, even if it is enforced through the courts, it's going to take a long time. By issuing an establishment license, if we run into a situation that requires the immediacy, imminent danger to the public health, safety, and welfare, we have the ability to take action immediately. And then within 10 days, they can have their hearing. So even if an ordinance violation is brought before the courts, by the time that works itself through the system, we've already taken action regulatory wise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So what this bill, massage therapists already are licensed, and what this bill would do would establish a business facility that has massage therapists working in it.
Correct. Yes.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how would you go about determining that a business that has massage tables in it empty is harmful to the public health and welfare?
That's a great question. So the first thing we would do is check to make sure that those who are slated to be working there are actually licensed. That's the very first step that we would look at. So the establishment licensure would allow our inspector to go in and determine who is licensed. And if we determine that there are 3 licensees in our database that are working there, and they have 6, right, we have a problem. We have to figure out who's licensed, who's not. Anytime an unlicensed party conducts any type of profession, it erodes at the safety of that profession. Those professionals who obtained professional licensure have met the minimum requirements of health and safety. So first thing we look for is licensed versus unlicensed. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Gould.
So I'm confused. Are there currently a requirement that massage therapists are licensed
Oh,
in New
yes,
Hampshire?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, indeed. You know, all massage therapists are licensed.
Yes.
Or should be. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Porter.
Thank
I'm
you,
sure
Madam
you'll
Chair.
be supporting our subcommittee.
Yes.
Does any other member of the public wish to testify on House Bill 341? All right, seeing none, I'll close the hearing, send it to the licensing subcommittee, and open the hearing on House Bill 105. Thank you. Ah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Representative Grota.
I kept you busy. I just want to make sure I give these.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Jackie.
Excuse me, Representative. Could the people still wanting to talk about massage establishments please step into the hallway? Thank you. Representative Grota.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Grota. I represent Rockingham 24, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 105, relative to the registration of Medi Spas. I think I have some good news for the committee on this bill, I'm hoping. We changed this bill last year for future work, and we've since learned that when we filed this bill, we did receive several comments from professional advocacy groups that are interested in the legislation. Based on this and the testimony that you'll hear today, I ask you that you retain this bill so that we can address all the concerns through either an amended bill or rulemaking. So I'm asking the committee to retain the bill. Thank you. And I will not answer questions.
All right. Thank you. I will say that I agree with retaining this bill because it does have a lot of open concerns. Tanya Lawson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Tanya Lawson. I'm a licensed naturopathic doctor in New Hampshire, and I've been practicing here since 2015. I've been in practice for 16 years, primarily in the industry of medical aesthetics. I own and operate In Bloom Health and MediSpa in Londonderry, New Hampshire, and I currently serve as co-president of AMP NH, which is Aesthetic Medical Providers of New Hampshire. We are a nonprofit organization that represents medical providers in the industry, and currently our group entails doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, dentists, and physician assistants. Currently, we represent almost half the medical spas in the state. We've submitted an official statement of position regarding this bill, and we do not support the legislation as written. However, we have had several productive conversations and meetings with the OPLC, Representative Groda, and Madam Chairwoman, and look forward as serving a resource to help protect patients in this industry. And we would like to thank the representatives for including our feedback in this legislation. And we do look forward to working on it further with you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Daniel Keedy.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Katie. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Katie Medical Group. I'm here today to provide my conditional support for the bill and to provide a testimony. First, a little bit about who I am, where I come from. Katie Medical Group is a New Hampshire-based company. The handouts that you were provided, there's a cover page, and that's the conditional support. So Katie Medical Group is a New Hampshire-based company providing medical services to New Hampshire citizens since 2012. We operate 5 locations throughout the state of New Hampshire. Some of the services that we provide, and we've been very gracious to provide, have been the COVID-19 vaccinations in conjunction with DHHS. You'll see us around in our purple vans. And then we additionally provide direct clinical oversight to the 14 regional public health networks for the state of New Hampshire. Additionally, we have a primary health care clinics in medically underserved communities and college health care. Lastly, we do workplace health clinics and medical aesthetics, which are all done by our highly trained personnel. In addition, Katie Medical Group has licensed medical professionals on staff and are available should an emergency ever occur. To touch on my conditional support of the bill, Katie Medical Group believes that the bill's intentions are indeed to create a safe environment for all patients seeking aesthetic care. However, there is a large group of providers that are left out of this bill: physician assistants, or PAs. PAs do provide care throughout the city of New Hampshire in many different settings and specialties. They offer a wide array of knowledge and skills in training in the medical field. They've helped alleviate a shortage of medical providers throughout the years, especially throughout the pandemic that we had experienced at Dartmouth and many other hospitals. We're very fortunate to have PAs in that regard. Currently, the regulations already do exist and dictate the parameters of how PAs are permitted to practice directly through the Board of Medicine. We, Katie Family Practice and Katie Medical Group, does not find it necessary to add additional restrictions to the natures of how PAs can practice, since this has already been ruled in the past in various other fields and specialties within medicine in the state of New Hampshire. And specifically on the cover page, you'll see a highlighted portion. That portion there is the portion of the bill that is I request an amendment on. It's our belief that PAs need to be excluded from these restrictions and that the policy conforms to the current medical standard of other medical specialties. Until the wording has been amended in the bill to exclude PAs from these increased restrictions, Katie Medical Group cannot fully support this bill. We agree with all the other details that are within the bill, and we ask that this change to be considered. Therefore, we do offer our conditional approval. Specifically, in the highlighted portion, we ask that House Bill 105 can include physician assistants as medical providers are able to perform the initial assessment and create the treatment plan without direct oversight. As previously stated, this has already been covered throughout the scope of PAs with their supervising physicians and in that layout. Now to move on. So House Bill 105 is a step in the right direction for consumer protection in the field of medical aesthetics. Consumer protection safeguards are desperately needed in the field of medical aesthetics due to the added risks inherent with the procedures undertaken in this field. There's a lack of oversight, a lack of transparency in this industry. Medical aesthetics remains the last wild west of the medical community with little oversight and or training necessary to perform procedures. Inherent to the industry is the prevalence of off-label use of many medications, therapies, and procedures. It is the right of the medical provider to provide the care that they best see fit with careful consultation with the patient, with the associated risks of off-label care. However, the field of medical aesthetics providers may downplay the risk associated with many off-label care for the pursuit of profit. For example, vascular occlusion of hyaluronic acid filler, often caused by an accidental injection of a product into an artery, is rare, certainly, but could potentially lead to a serious complications such as blindness if the injection is around the orbital region. Many aesthetic clinicians are simply not prepared for such an emergency if this incident were to occur. And due to this lack of medical oversight, or because the procedure is performed in a non-medical setting, lacking the proper emergency supplies, an injector in the back of a salon may lack the emergency supplies to remedy an occlusion. An important reminder to the public is that while the procedures are aesthetic, they are still medical in nature and should only be performed in clinical environments equipped to handle emergency situations. Further oversight is necessary for consumer protection. Many medical spas providers advertise dubious claims about pharmaceutical procedures and procured from underregulated compounding pharmacies. Compounding pharmacies do certainly indeed play a great role in this field in the medical industry to provide effective medications to patients. However, in recent years, many compounding pharmacies with unfavorable track records with the FDA have sprung up to cater to the ongoing demand of this ever-growing industry, that being medical aesthetics, for cheap medications. So there have been numerous incidents in multiple states of expired medications being administered on patients in medical spa settings. The majority of the furthermore, the majority of medical spas are in active of non-compliance with federal regulations relating to the No Surprise Act. Many medical spa clinics do not display their pricing before patients receive a treatment in most cases. The cost of the treatment is not known until after the treatment's been performed. Under federal law, medical providers are required to provide at least a good faith estimate of the cost of treatment in the state of New Hampshire. Moreover, in many states, medical spas fail to inform patients of the cost of the treatments. In many cases, the cost of treatments can be thousands of dollars, which is quite a bit for a person to endure. Additionally, instances using laser technologies by untrained non-medical professionals are going unchecked. The dangers of lasers are immense and can cause irreversible damage to a patient, including blindness, permanent damage. Most of these issues prevalent in the medical spa industry can be resolved if there was a closer relationship between medical spas and the existing medical establishment. The existing medical establishment sets policies and procedures in place to protect these patients. The existing medical establishment also insists on having medical providers on premises for the safety of the patients. The relative costs that would be borne by the industry would only slightly diminish the high margins prevalent in the industry and would be offset by the greater consumer trust in the industry. In conclusion, Katie Medical Group supports House Bill 105 as a step in the right direction for consumer safety.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, thank you. I'm sure the subcommittee will like to talk to you as necessary.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. David Cuzzy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Cuzzy with Prospect Hill Strategies here in Concord, here this afternoon now, on behalf of the New Hampshire Society of Physician Assistants, or NISPA, or simply the PAs. The previous speaker, I think, said most of what I was going to say, probably better than I, so I appreciate that. But I am here on behalf of the 1,000 or so PAs here in New Hampshire. I've had good conversations with Representative Grota. We're looking forward to being active participants in the subcommittee and any further discussions. As previously noted, of course, we were unintentionally excluded in the bill. Members of the committee who were here last term remember that the PAs had Senate Bill 228, which modernized the PA practice, brought the statutes and regs in line with more modern, current practicing of medicine, and that included changes to the terminology. So the terminology of like a responsible physician is now a collaborating physician, things along those lines. This unintendedly would have rolled a lot of that progress back. We appreciate, I did send in on behalf of the PAs a suggested amendment where physician assistants could be added as appropriate. Of course, we'll work on that. I thank you for hearing me briefly, and happy to take any questions, if any.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back to the chair. So, sir, first of all, are you going to be available for the subcommittee?
Absolutely. If not me, we'll have one of the PAs available. It's difficult with all the busyness within the healthcare community to get someone here, but we'll absolutely be participating. Yes, Representative.
Okay, follow up. So I've had several serious medical procedures, and very often they have involved at some point in the procedure PAs. Okay, so I know that they have a very high level of medical training compared, and APRNs also can have advanced training and can do many things that doctors used to do exclusively. Okay, so it seems to me that it's inherent that when you're doing things involving injections, that you have to have people with high level of background training. This is where my question is going to, because untoward circumstances can occur, and you need to have the high level training in order to be able to deal with untoward events. Is that not correct? That you can't get with somebody who has no substantial medical training.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, that's correct. And PAs, of course, they are only allowed to practice according to their education, training, and any other pertinent subspecialty training. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 105? All right. Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and opening the executive session without objection. Representative Grota? You have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to retain House Bill 105.
I'll second that. Okay. You wish to speak to your motion?
Okay, well, if you want, do you want to speak to it? I think Representative Schuett wanted to retain the bill, so she'll make the motion if I withdraw mine. Thank you.
Representative Schuett makes the motion, all right? Then would you like to speak to your motion?
Darn, I wanted to.
Representative Schuett.
Yes, just hearing that both our Democratic leader and the chair feel that the proper thing to do with this bill is retain it. And since we've heard that it does need a little work, I think it's an appropriate motion.
Okay, and I'd like to speak to my second because there are some concerns. I am not at all convinced that the approach this bill takes is the correct one, but it's possible and it does need some work before we seriously consider it. Any other comments, questions? All right, seeing none. Those in favor of retaining House Bill 105 will vote aye, and those opposed will vote nay, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Stepped out.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goldie.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
And we got, 16 yay, 0 nay.
Okay, the motion passes. It is retained, and for your benefit, Representative Schuett, a report is not required at this time. All right, we will break for lunch. We are back at 1, sorry, but we will resume at 1:30. The speaker has decided that we will not be shutting down tomorrow, so we will be having our hearings as scheduled. And I would hope as many of you as can make it will be here with me. Otherwise, it'll get lonely. All right. And I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 620, and I call Representative Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mary Sullivan Heath, and I represent District 41, Wards 2, 4, 5, and 7 in the city of Manchester. And I also want to preface my remarks by letting you know we have a member of our Manchester School Board here today, Sean Parr, and they have made as a priority preschool education in the city of Manchester. And that's one of the reasons why I submitted this bill, as well as numerous meetings around the conversation beginning a pilot program for 3 and 4-year-olds. So let me begin. As an educational administrator, I worked at the department. I was a teacher, a special education teacher, assistant superintendent. And over the years, I've worked with hundreds of children going into kindergarten. And we usually would do an early childhood assessment as they came into kindergarten so we could prepare their program. And we saw very clearly that those children who had had some kind of a high quality preschool experience always performed at a much higher level. There's 50 years of research that supports that. So it's the goal of House Bill 620 to work toward offering 3 and 4-year-old children a high quality pre-kindergarten learning opportunity within an executive branch department of early childhood. We believe every child should have an opportunity to achieve at high levels. This is not only a moral imperative, but it's essential to our economic success and societal well-being. I also am working on an international study committee with NCSL. We spent the last 2 years reviewing countries around the world that achieve at really high levels on the PISA. And we found a pattern within all of these. One of the first things that they've done is they've promoted early childhood programs for children, and that's aligned with their study of curriculum. And it has, and of course, professional development for their teachers that goes along with that. But they've found a strong correlation between early childhood education and long-term student achievement. God bless you. HB 620 establishes an executive branch department of early childhood education and also establishes the authority for the department to design, create, and administer a 3-year, high-quality, community-based, mixed delivery public pre-kindergarten pilot program. I emailed all of my testimony to you, so I won't read it word for word.
Thank you.
Yes. But in preparation for this meeting, I do want you to know the careful consideration and the communication that we had with the preschool community. So there is a lot going on. The Commissioner of Education, Deputy Commissioner of Education, has been working with many groups with regard to this area as well. And so I'm sure she's here to answer any questions you might have to her too as well. So New Hampshire is only one of 6 states. The previous information in the bill says 7 states, but since then, states like Colorado, states like New Mexico, actually New Mexico has just passed one of the most aggressive preschool opportunities and access for preschool education in the country. So furthermore, early care and education is critical for our working families. During COVID, so many women were pulled out of the workforce. They weren't able to work. The number of early childhood placements were lessened because of the fact of COVID and the difficulty of everything going on. And so we're in this strange place right now where things are getting better, but there's still repercussions from that. So HB 620 will work toward offering 3 and 4-year-old children a high quality pre-kindergarten experience. And the formation of the early childhood department to guide that pilot, which I think is critical. Just to let you know, I used to be deputy commissioner at the New Hampshire Department of Education. And one of my conundrums during the time I worked at the department was that things relative to preschool education would come up. And the Department of Education has absolutely no authority over anything beyond kindergarten through age 12. So it was this kind of this gray area because we also had the special education preschool grant money that came through us. So there was an awkwardness to it. So I'm hoping that HB 620 will take us to a different place and you will consider this opportunity. It's so important for children in my city of Manchester to have high quality, for all of them to have a high quality access to programs and to benefit from that program. I think there are so many people that would benefit from it, but I am happy to entertain questions.
Thank you. I have one question. Major organization initiatives like this generally succeed or fail with the governor's support. Have you gotten support from the governor?
We have had conversations with HB 620 is also being introduced as a Senate bill in the other body. And there are members that have had conversations. We have not had, I am not aware that we have full support from the office of the governor, but I know that there are many people reaching out to him with regard to that matter.
Thank you. Representative Lekis and then Aber.
Thank you. You mentioned studies that showed the benefit of this. If you can, I'd like you to send at least a link to the committee to the actual studies, not articles about the studies, but the studies.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Aber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I like metrics a lot, so when I hear that it will benefit many, I'd like a definition of many, number one. And number two, I noticed that this bill is a fiscal note introduced, but I don't see any monies as of yet. Thank you.
It is not, and we have not seen the fiscal note yet. I'm sure though, if it should pass the House and it gets to fiscal, we will have that note. We're assuming to set up a department would probably be a bureau department, whatever we end up doing, would probably be about 500,000. The preschool, the 3-year preschool pilot, depending upon the communities, we don't have an exact figure like that just yet, but I'm assuming it will be anywhere between $6 and $10 million.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt and then Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wondering over here,
Oh, yes, thank you.
voices coming out of the sky. I'm wondering why is it this in front of EDNA and not the Education Committee?
Well, I asked that question to myself as well. My
Now, what
belief
did yourself say?
and myself said to go and ask someone, so I did. And I was told that this should go to this committee because it is requesting a separate department or bureau.
Yes. If they had simply said the Department of Education will run this pilot program, we wouldn't be involved.
Right.
Representative Gerhard?
I'm trying to find the actual citation for it right now. Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw numbers that New Hampshire actually leads the country with declining public school enrollment. I think it's down 14%. So is there any belief that this will succumb to the same situation where just to be you already said there was a decline because of COVID, now it's slowly picking back up. But if that trend continues, because at least in Northfield, we have a completely open school building. It's just sitting there vacant right now. So, any comments on that aspect?
The answer is yes. New Hampshire does have declining student school enrollment. One of the things that I hope that this bill will promote will be a preschool program that would also attract young families from other states to actually move to the state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire, I believe, is the second oldest state, and we could benefit from attracting younger people to the state of New Hampshire. We also have a problem with our younger people going to other states to live. So I think by offering these kinds of programs, we'd bring more people in. It would attract younger families, and we probably wouldn't be the second oldest state in the country. I hope.
Thank you. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is going to be a 3-year pilot program.
Yes.
Is 3 years a sufficient amount of time to gain any understanding of the success of the program?
I don't know if you remember Representative Mary Stuart Guile. Mary Stuart Guile had submitted a similar bill to like this many years ago. The conversation is that a 3-year pilot would indeed give us a good sense of what would work. And again, this is a mixed community program. So each community is going to be different, and each program would look a little bit different. So our thought process is that we'd probably look at 2 rural areas and 2 bigger areas to try out the pilot, so we'd get a sense of what it would look like. But we think that 3 years is sufficient.
Follow up? Just to clarify the question, the argument is that by providing quality preschool, we're going to see success in the student over the long term. We're going to get a good result by the end. And whereas you're arguably starting at the latest age with a 4 or 5-year-old, that brings you to age 8, not age 18. So how are we going to track the long-term benefits of whether or not that had an impact, within the 3-year time frame?
Well, there are lots of different ways to track the progress of children. We have the New Hampshire State Assessment. That's one methodology. We have ongoing local assessments that schools apply. We also have graduation rates, the rate at which students finish high school in 4 years, the percentage of students going on to a 4-year college. So there are lots of ways. It's a long-term look. But there has been a long-term, the 50 years actually of long-term look at kindergarten programs and early childhood programs in relation to children's success as they enter school, and that they're reading at grade level by grade 3. So we do have some information that would be a strong indicator of long-term success. There are a lot of factors that happen along the way for children, but in terms of giving them the best possible start is a good way to make sure that we're giving them the highest potential for success over their school years.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm wondering why you're going to establish its own separate department. Why did you not go within the avenue of going under the Department of Education? Would that not have been more efficient to the taxpayer and also provide a cohesive oversight of the program as well?
Well, 3- and 4-year-olds don't live in the Department of Ed. A lot of issues that relate to them reside in Health and Human Services. And as I said earlier, it's a bit of a conundrum that the Department of Education does not have authority for students. Their authority ranges from K through 12. The Department of Education doesn't have authority for below that. So in developing its own bureau or department, what we have is a unique situation with children needing the educational environment and needing some of the elements of Health and Human Services. So by creating an early childhood department, which many, many states have done. I don't have the exact number with me right now, but I think the deputy commissioner has that information. Would be a benefit. It would be a focus on our early childhood children. I think it would be a benefit to the Department of Ed, to Health and Human Services, and parents and school districts.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Well, I'm a little confused, and could you help me out? Because I'm thinking, doesn't it already, am I correct in saying that it already exists in a situation where the child is 3 years old, been identified as a special needs student?
Yes.
And they are accepted within the educational program?
Yes.
And some communities, such as in Nashua, they do open it up
They do.
for typical developing
integrated,
kids.
yes.
Where, and that's a brilliant way
Yes.
of handling things. So I was under the assumption that it is already there.
It's not. Many school districts do have an integrated preschool. Many do, because there are preschool special education funds. And also under the federal legislation for No Child Left Behind, and I'm sorry, that's not the legislation now, it's the ESSER Act, and it's under ESEA that was passed in 1965. Under that legislation, that also allows for funds to be used for early childhood. So yes, in fact, those funds could be used in that area.
Follow up. So you're saying, like in a situation of Medicare, can be applied underneath your bill if the child is identified as special needs and with typically developmental type of children, that you would reap the Medicare benefits, which would lower your
Excuse
costs.
me, Representative O'Brien, you're talking Medicaid.
Medicaid.
Very
That-
few children are over 65.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I'm over 65. I'm in the block, but I'm sure the representative know what I meant. Please
I
excuse
do
me.
understand what, but actually some.
We're talking about the kids with a beard.
There are children that are eligible, and there are regional agencies that become involved if a child is born with a significant disability, the regional area kicks in at that time. And then when a child is 3, the age of 3, the special ed law comes into place, and that's where the child is eligible. So in reality, I'm not exactly sure of the answer to would they be eligible to be reimbursed for the expenses based on their disability. I think the answer is probably yes, but I don't. There are other people here that I think could definitively answer that better than I.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Schmidt and then Gould.
Thank you. Is this going to a subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Gould.
I just wanted to add on to that. So federal funding that's already coming to the state for these services, I'm assuming fiscal committee and the money managers would be part of what funded this, but it would give it a department to manage the money.
Yes, this will be coming to fiscal if it passes.
Finance.
I'm sorry, yes, finance.
Okay, thank you. I have an additional question. I know you said this was being introduced as a Senate bill, and I noticed that Senate Bill 214 has the exact same language. Why should we bother to do anything with this if the Senate's going to do it?
Because, with all due respect, what a strong message that the House could send to the Senate, and we'd come together and have a reconciliation bill with, I think it sends a strong message to our state.
Yes, thank you. Representative Lekis.
Thank you. I share an earlier concern with the ability to really tell if this works in 3 years, and I'd want to see, if you can allay my concerns. I've seen studies that show that Head Start results in an improvement for the first few years, but longer term, the results revert to the mean, and it has no long-term benefit. And I'm concerned that this would do the same. Why should I believe that's not going to be the case, especially with only a 3-year period to evaluate?
Well, I will send you, there are a lot of research out there. There are things that happen along the way in a child's life that can disrupt their progress in school. I don't think there's anything that we could do to avoid that. Life happens. People, their parents might be in an accident and die, and that could cause serious problems. But that said, by providing high quality early childhood, we are giving those 3 and 4-year-olds the highest potential for success in future years.
I'll take a look at what you send me. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Gerhard?
Just a quick question for you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible for Manchester to institute this on their own without state? Can you just do this by yourselves at the local level, or is this you need permission from the state to do so?
Manchester does have an integrated preschool program, but the program that we are discussing would be a program that would give all Manchester children, for those parents so choosing, access to this program. Right now, it is my understanding, and we have a school board member here who could probably answer that question better than I. This bill is more toward access for as many children as possible, whereas the local municipality probably, I don't know if they would be able to take on that initiative just based on the cost alone.
All right, thank you. Just follow up.
Follow up.
My concern is just putting the power at the hands of the state when the local elements have the most control over it and know what's going right, wrong, so forth. So that's where I was going with that. Thank you.
Yes, other questions? Representative Lekis again.
Thank you. Kind of a related question. I see that departments only requiring a 10% match. I assume that's from the local school district, and it doesn't have to be cash. It can be in kind.
Yes.
That's concerning. I mean, why should that be less than the portion of education that's coming from the state versus the school district for all the other kids?
This is a pilot. It's an incentive to get more school districts engaged. If in fact we were to go forward, remember how long it took us to get kindergarten in place, and then full day kindergarten. We still don't have every school district in the state that's right now taking advantage of full day kindergarten.
Okay, thank you.
Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I believe you said that the Department of Education can't do something like this because they don't have the authority for 3 and 4-year-olds. So in setting up this department, this is a department set up outside of the Department of Education?
That has not been determined yet. I think that will be something that will be worked out, but it will be its own entity. And again, the deputy commissioner is here, so perhaps she could answer that better than I.
Thank you.
Well, as written, it creates a department parallel to the Department of Education and not subordinate to it. So, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the thought that's been rattling around in my brain ever since we started talking about this is that 3 and 4-year-old children are obviously the developmental aspect. We're all, I think, familiar with it. There's a tremendous brain development, so they are learning, but they're also not very competent in terms of other skills, toileting, taking care of, interacting with other kids, and so forth and so on. That's why I'm concerned about the fact that this is coming to committee that does not have any expertise in this. I understand that we're only opining on the idea of adding an additional department, but is this something? I know you spoke about this a little bit at the beginning, but how many other states are doing this kind of thing, and what do we know about them?
Well, in terms of the number of states, it's all but 6 states have some level of early childhood program in place statewide.
well, what is their experience with that? Because, child care, the child is either going to get care from his or her parents if they are able to have mom at home or dad at home or whatever. Many very young children are with a caregiver, not necessarily an educator. So I realize there's a real gap in terms of what the cross section of children are getting. But
I'll be happy to send the whole committee. I have, just from the international committee that I've been working on, I have a number of different articles and information that relates to the research and data that I can send to all of you. I didn't want to inundate you with too much information up front. So I'd be happy to. And I think the others that are here today might be able to even point to other information as well.
Thank you very much. And this will be going to Representative Broda's subcommittee on state organization.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Blackus.
Thank you. The previous question raised an interesting point that education really isn't in our wheelhouse. Is this going to go before the Education Committee?
We don't, it's an early bill. We don't know where it's going.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, that's the case. We never know what committee it's going to.
And thank you for hearing my testimony. I hope you consider my bill.
Thank you, Representative Heath. Sean Parr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee. My name is Sean Parr. I'm on the Manchester School Board, where I sit on the Policy Committee and chair the Education Legislation Committee. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Manchester School Board, which has authorized me to advocate for funding for universal pre-K programming, and related facilities costs. We are therefore unanimous in our support of the pre-K pilot program and the establishment of a Department of Early Childhood Education as proposed in HB 620. Pre-K education mitigates the effects of poverty and adversity on our children, especially benefiting our English language learners, as well as our poor and disadvantaged children. Our current lack of affordable early learning options shortchanges our children, and research shows clearly that high-quality early education can improve high school graduation rates and future employment income. It leads to long-term educational attainment gains through improvements in behavior, and it allows children to grow up to raise stronger families and contribute to society. We need to give our children the kind of care and early learning they need to fulfill their potential. Kids who attend public preschool programs are better prepared for kindergarten than kids who don't. We ask for your support of this bill. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
thank you. So it's interesting that you're coming in strong support. That clearly has value in our decision making. But the question I have is there the instrumentality out there in terms of people who are trained to take care of and educate, because this is not just taking care of kids, right? This is supposed to be educating them. Is there the staff and support experience available in this state to do that?
I believe so. I mean, we as Representative Heath mentioned, we do have some pre-K programs for special needs children already, and we do have staff that teach and run those programs there. Our administrative infrastructure would allow for including additional staff members for this pilot, for sure. Yes.
Could you opine on what the rest of the state, because Manchester is kind of a world unto itself, what the rest of the state might be capable of doing?
I mean, I think that's a difficult question. I think that there are workforce shortages in so many different fields across so many different areas of the state and the country right now that it would be a little bit presumptuous of me to speculate on that. I think we've had success with incentivizing staff applications for staff with hiring bonuses and retention bonuses in the past year, and that's been successful in fully staffing our district right now. And maybe just to address one of your earlier points there about Manchester, it is unique, right? It is the largest district in the state with 12,300 students in our district. but it's also the most diverse city in this state, right? And so almost half of our students are non-white students, many coming from our city's refugee population. So there are many learning challenges that happen when those children enter our schools, right? And so that kind of immediate immersion requires a lot of support. So we are definitely used to adding supports for our students there, and that's why this kind of a bill can make a huge difference for our students there by introducing them to the structure of school, the acclimation to the English language, and that kind of regular exposure to socializing with other children, learning the alphabet sooner, early literacy, all of those things. So this would be a real game changer for students in our city, and I think across the state.
Follow up. Thank you. So the thing is, if you're already kind of doing this, then you're already definitely spending money on it, so that means more money out of taxpayers' pockets, right? That's where it's coming
from. So the
from.
funding for pre-K in Manchester is solely from federal funding. It's not from local taxation. So right now we are only using federal funds. That's why the program is limited. The access is very limited to certain students who have certain needs or qualify under certain poverty limits. So it's a very limited program right now. The access is extremely limited. So that's why, as Representative Heath mentioned there, the access is the key word there, that increasing access to pre-K is extremely important.
So you're looking
I know
for
it's going
state
to
money to
subcommittee.
supplement the
Correct.
federal funds. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Parr? Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How long have you guys been running your preschool program?
It predates my time on the board, so I would say it's been several years.
Being a New Hampshire school, do you have any data that you'd be able to share with us to show how that program is impacting long-term educational outcomes and graduation rates?
I can look up that data, and I can ask the superintendent to see if we can share that with the committee.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of what you described, socialization, learning, all that stuff, I don't want to say just religious, but social groups and organizations do that within the city as well? Or is there just a void where that's not filled at all?
I mean, I would say the answer is yes to both. I mean, yes, organizations do some of that work, right? But parents are often in need of wanting more of those options and more of those choices for their children, right? And it is very expensive to put your children into pre-K programs for 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and earlier. The kind of regular, those organizations are also usually 1 or 2 days a week. This would be more days per week than that, more hours per day in those situations, a much more sustained, routinized, longer lasting impact.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dealey Champagne.
Hi, everyone. My name is Deli Champagne, and I work for Save the Children Action Network. And before I talk to you today, I just want to thank you. I know how hard of a job you're doing. I know you get $100 a year. I am just so impressed with people like you who put the time and effort into being here, and you're going to be driving home in a snowstorm. So your efforts don't go unnoticed by people in this state. So thank you. So I'm not going to read my testimony, but I'm just going to read the first paragraph. SCAN is the acronym for Save the Children Action Network, and we're the political arm of Save the Children. And we work to build bipartisan support to make sure every child has a strong start in life. Save the Children has been around for over 100 years, but SCAN has been in New Hampshire since 2014. So I want to tell you what I did. In 2020, I saw a movie called Starting at Zero. Whoa, this movie was incredible. It was by a documentary filmmaker, a woman who, by the way, did her internship at NHPR. She now lives in Rhode Island. And she highlighted the states that have gotten this done. And primarily, she highlighted Alabama. So I called her. And I said, can we get together? I want to know more about the work that you've researched. Your film is incredible. So she said, well, let's do one better. I'll come to New Hampshire. So she's supported by a foundation, and then she came to New Hampshire, and she brought with her the commissioner of the newly formed Department of Early Childhood Education in Alabama. Her name is Gina Ross, Commissioner Ross. They came to New Hampshire in September. We showed the film at Red River Theaters. We had about 100 people there, and then we had a panel discussion after. And we said, how do we get this done in New Hampshire? So many other states are getting it done. Help us get this done. So since then, Alabama has offered us free technical assistance. This foundation pays for it. And Gina Ross, I called her yesterday. I said, I need to know the return on investment. I want to put that in my testimony. She said, okay, I'll send it to you right now. She's been an incredible help to us and has offered to stay on board to help us. They are one of the poorest states in the country, and she has figured out how to blend and braid finances to get it done in that state. She said, you guys are like the 7th richest state in the country. If we can get it done, you can get it done. So they have done a lot of research about the return on investment, about the dollar return, about the kids that actually graduate from high school that weren't graduating from high school. So I do have some of that for you. But what the foundation did was they knew you were going to want this information. So they put together something that I'm going to send you. It's the film, and then it's the panel discussion afterwards so you can see how it happened in Alabama. So they sent me an email and said, forward this on to your lawmakers, and they have offered to come to New Hampshire to speak with any of you. We tried to get a meeting together with Governor Sununu. I reached out I was working with Senator Carson and Senator Whitley, and we went right up to the governor's office and said, can we meet with the governor? And they said, yeah, he would love to hear about this, but we have not been able to get on his schedule. And Gina Ross has said, on a dime, I will jump on a plane and come and meet with your governor. I talked to her yesterday, and she said, any luck with getting a meeting with the governor? And I said, not yet. And she said, Deli, I have friends in the governor's office in Alabama that know him. Let me see if I can connect it that way. So I just want you to know, we have been working on this. We had a committee that worked on this all summer long. We have another bill, a Senate bill, that's going to address the workforce shortage so that we can have qualified teachers in these programs. It's a different curriculum, which is why she highly recommended it not be part of the DOE. Because children 0 through 5, it's a play-based curriculum. You've probably heard of Reggio Emilia or creative curriculum. Those are all based on play. And kindergarten through 12th is an academic curriculum. So that's why we'd like to see it separate and not part of the DOE. And she said, it is so vitally important to the economy of your state and the welfare of children and families that it deserves its own department. So she said to me, you fight for that department. That's what we did in Alabama, and it is working for us. So I've also researched other states. On average, for every dollar invested in early childhood ed, there's a range, but the lowest return is $4, and the highest return for some states has been $16. So there's an economist, I wrote about him, and I'll send you that has done a lot of work around this, and he's done the research, and I looked at his numbers and his statistics, and then I also went and looked at other states that are getting it done. Oklahoma, $5.12 for every dollar spent. Tennessee, I think, was a little over $4. Georgia, they're all seeing a return on their investment. And kids are thriving. We know that many kids have ACEs. If we don't want a child to go through life with traumatic experiences, we have to provide positive experiences. That's what preschool does. It provides positive experiences to mitigate ACEs. So this is, to me, it's a no-brainer, and I'm so frustrated that it hasn't happened sooner. I actually taught preschool a number of years ago, and it's probably one of the most rewarding and important jobs I've ever done. I'm a nationally award-winning teacher at the middle school level, but it was where I made the most impact, I thought, was in the preschool classroom. So I will send you, I got you something from Alabama, from the research that they had done. I will send you that, and I will give you my testimony, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Simon and then Schmidt.
Thank you. You referenced return on the dollar. How was that measured?
So many states do it different ways, but for example, I'll tell you the Alabama return on investment was through retention. So their numbers increased of kids not having to be held back. And I have the figure right here. $126 million has been saved without having to retain children because they started out in preschool and not just kindergarten. So that's one measure, but there are different states have done different measures.
So you may, when you say one state $16, you'd have to look at each individual report. It's not an apples to apples comparison.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I know what ACEs means, but maybe since this is not a children and
You're right. I'm
not
sorry.
everybody might know what it means. So, but that's not my question.
But I'll explain it after.
Okay, so could it be that that because young children are so different, as I was kind of alluding to earlier in my other question, so different from older children who are already more skilled in virtually everything, that it really is kind of a separate world?
A lot of what happens in preschool is social emotional growth and development, and that happens through play. And kids don't even realize that they're learning when they play. You can learn science and social studies when you play. So it's a different curriculum. It's not sitting down at a desk listening to a teacher teach. So they're different. It's hard to say that you could put this department under the DOE, and maybe that's what has to happen. We have some statute that maybe we have to look at, but there's a strong argument for them to be separate because the curriculum is so different.
ACEs.
Okay, adverse childhood experiences. So do we have time for this? Because
No,
I'd
not
love to.
really.
Okay, so let me just tell you, there was a study done years ago on why people who were losing weight were gaining it back. So the doctor met with a number of obese people and said, tell me about your childhoods. And this is disturbing, but one of the questions he asked was, when was your first sexual experience? And they were answering 3, 4, 6, 7. And he said, oh my God, this is awful. So he developed this study, and it's called the ACEs study. And there are more than 10, but 10 on average adverse childhood experiences that we measure in children. And we say if a child has 4 or more of those, then they're considered traumatized. So a positive childhood experience can mitigate that or lessen that. There are all kinds of articles online about the ACEs study. It's fascinating. Check it out. I would highly recommend that you learn more about ACEs. It's the public health problem, they're saying, of the century, that we're not addressing trauma in children.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Teresa Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Teresa Rosenberger. I work for the law firm of Bernstein Shore, and I'm here today from an informational point of view only, representing Waterford Upstart. Waterford Upstart is a pre-kindergarten readiness program that started in 2009 in Utah. And it was started as a pilot program. It is now in over 30 states. It has been in New Hampshire since 2020. They started as a pilot program down in Nashua and working with the City of Nashua and United Way. What it is, I feel like I'm talking too loud. What it is It's a program where a 3-year-old, 4-year-old pre-kindergarten child signs up with the parents. They receive a computer. They receive internet connection if they don't have it, and they are given a software program where it's 15 to 20 minutes a day, 5 days a week, that the child is on this program. They're also given a coach. The coach is when I say not present, it's not necessarily somebody down the street. They're giving a coach. The program assesses the child before the program, and the program assesses the child afterwards. There is a summer program, and there's also a school year program. The one that started initially in Nashua had almost 100 kids, and it was basically the summer program, and the outcomes were tremendous. And these kids really did a great job learning. And what's interesting about it to me is that the coach can watch the program, how the child's using it during the entire process. So the coach can see, for example, oh gosh, this child's using this program 45 minutes a day or an hour a day, or the child's using it on weekends, which they're not supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be 15 minutes and 5 days a week. And so then the coach is going to call up and say, just curious what's going on. What's been really interesting, in a couple of cases, what they found is the parent using the program, because the parent stopped school at 8th grade. And the parent has found that the program actually is really terrific. It's math, science, and reading, concentrating mainly on reading. For new Americans or Americans who English isn't the first language, it's been tremendous for the kids, but also the parents as well. There are supplements to the program that you can bring in for other kids if they really want to work on math and science. So that started in 2020, and I will say the outcomes in Nashville were tremendous. 93% of the children who took the program had kindergarten readiness at the advanced level, which is tremendous. And so it's working across the country. It's working here. In 2022, the state applied for ARPA funds, and the program received ARPA funds to take the program statewide. It is now in its first year of the entire year. We now have almost 500 kids in the program, a little less than that. It'll go through the end of the school year. It'll be really interesting to see what the results are then, and then hopefully we'll do summer again. I wanted to let you also know that in doing this, we've done it totally in cooperation with DOE. They have been a fabulous partner. They have helped us recruit. The biggest issue we have is recruiting, because you need to get to those families that have children who are 3 or 4 and getting ready to go to school. So DOE has been tremendous in helping us with recruiting, introducing us to all the resources we need to be out there working. We actually have a lady in New Hampshire that's on the ground recruiting these kids. DOE even this summer brought in HHS, and we had a great meeting with HHS, because if you think about it, when they're looking at housing for lower income, or they're looking at early childhood issues, medical issues, etc. They know where the families are. They're in touch, and so they've been tremendous. It's been great working with them. I will say, DOE, I am impressed. I say this, maybe I shouldn't say it, but I am impressed they aren't working in a silo. And I think that's unfortunately what we see too often in government. You've got the silo here, here, and here, but they really are trying to work in the bigger perspective and have recruitment. As far as I've talked to you about the outcomes. The thing to me that's interesting right now, you're seeing a number of Ukrainian children sign up for the program. I'm here to answer any questions. It's been successful. We're hoping New Hampshire can continue our grant over this summer, but we may be able to extend it. So far, we also have asked for responses from the parents. The responses from the parents have been tremendous.
Are there any questions? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, it's great we're doing preschoolers, but it's my contention and observation that part of the issue is parenting.
Yes.
That we don't teach parents how to parent as opposed to teaching preschoolers how to be a preschooler and how to play and so forth. Is there any part of this program that extends to parents to say this is how you be a good parent, this is how you encourage your kids to do what they should be doing?
Yes, and thank you, Representative Dolan. You helped me out because I can tell you I can't always read too well what I've scribbled, and the part I forgot is the parenting part. The program works tremendously with the parents, and the whole point is at doing it at home and not doing it at a learning center or doing it at a school, is that it has to have involvement with the parent. And the parent has to help with turning on the computer. The parent has to help with getting the program there. So the entire focus on this is trying to get parental involvement when these children are 3 and 4. And as they've done this over the country, it looks like that really is paying off. We're new here in New Hampshire, but in other places. But that's one of the tenets of it, is getting parental involvement. And thank you so much, because I forgot that part.
Thank you. We heard earlier that the plan for the pre-K program was play-based education, but from what you're describing, it sounds a lot more academic, which seems, I question whether that's appropriate in that age group, but.
Well, you know, I have 3 children, and I was probably not a really nice parent in that they were only allowed, when they were young, 30 minutes of TV a day, and it couldn't be each one. They had to agree on the program. So you can imagine what it was. It was PBS. And way back when my children, who are now in their 30s and 40s, were going to school, the PBS programming, there was the science program, there was the 1, 2, 3, I've forgotten what it was all called. But the PBS programming was really geared at those kids, but geared as to learning through, I'm not going to say learning through play, because you can't play on TV, but it was fun. It wasn't like that. That's exactly what this program's like. And I'd be more than happy if you like to come in at some point and bring a computer and let you all see the 15 minutes. I hate to say it's PBS based. It's not, but it's more what was
Inspired.
more fun learning for kids. So you're gonna have a cat bouncing around like this and figuring out how to
Okay,
count.
thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome.
Other questions? Representative Gould?
You said you weren't speaking in support of or against the bill. My question to you is, would the program you're working on be harmed in any way if a Department of Early Childhood Education was established?
I don't think so, because when I looked at this is multifaceted and multi-based, and it's everything from in the home. So no, I don't think so. Hopefully we could integrate in it. And the only reason we're not taking a position, we're totally in support of kindergarten readiness. But as to where you put it, I mean, from my perspective, frankly, I like it in places that aren't going to silo. And so I think DOE's been doing a great job, and with the collaboration with DHHS, but we really are here advocating for readiness programs for children. But I think since it's multi, we'd be fine, I think.
Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 620? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christine Brennan, Deputy Commissioner from the Department of Education. I also serve as co-counsel with Trish Tilley from the Department of Health and Human Services on our Council for Thriving Children. I'm a longtime educator for over 40 decades and served under Mary Heath, who is an absolutely passionate person about education. It's wonderful to be collaborating with her again. I guess what I wanted talk about with this bill is really give you a little bit of context and education around what we've been doing to try to really break down the silos with the Department of Health and Human Services, really look at what are some of the duplicative services that we have that agency's doing and that what we're doing around professional development, and really looking at some of the gaps. Because the Department of Health and Human Services, and I've been studying this for a long time, so there is lots of confusion. They have the children, I almost think of it as infant. They have from infant until they are 5 years old. And so then they transition them to our agency, the Department of Education. And so that transition time is really something that needs lots of improvement. And that's really with this preschool development grant, we've been looking at what would be the best way to organize early childhood education. And there were 4 options that we've been studying. And so I'm going to kind of look at this bill in 2 ways. First, where the office should sit. There's under the governor's office. There's right now the way we're doing it, operating it separately and having memorandums of understanding. It could be under Department of Health and Human Services, or it could be under Department of Education. There are there's lots of pots of money that help us, serve our littles around the state. 2 of them being one, there's 2 big ones. It's our CCDF fund that's at the Department of Health and Human Services. And then we have our IDEA Part B that serves preschool special education students. Those are the 2 largest pots of funding. And our IDA funding cannot be anywhere else except for under the Department of Health and under us. We can't move that around. It has to stay under us. This came hot off the press. This really is a great document, and it's called Integrated Efficient Early Care and Education System. And it lays out how all of the other states have been organizing themselves around early childhood. And right now, 25 states have it under the Department of Education. And so I'll be sure to send you this document. So that is about the Office of Early Childhood. And then when we look at the pilot, which is like right now, we learned through COVID that looking at how we serve our youngest children is absolutely essential, how we build their foundation. I think the time is right to think about how we could do it differently. We are already, through our preschool development grant, looking at a pilot. And this pilot is starting now. We're getting a task force together, and we're hoping it's not going to be a 3-year study. Right now we'll be doing it for a year, and this is under the Department of Health and Human Services funding under the CCDF. And our hope is that we are going to gain input from leaders. We are going to be having a final report. We'll be defining some of the policies, looking at some of the potential cost considerations. And this should be over and finished by September 30th, 2023. And I have to say that I am so impressed with all of these kind of questions that you've been asking, because I can tell that you are understanding the importance of our early years and the brain development that happens, the serve and return, and how crucial it is to making sure that children are not only successful in the younger years, but it continues on.
Thank you. Are there any guests? Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in and testifying. My question is, you talked about there's already workers and funding in 2 different departments, Health and Human Services and Department of Education. Are there also workers that would mitigate to this or migrate to this new department? So in terms of adding more employees, I looked in the bill, we'd have a commissioner, and then we'd have them, they could set up departments. Do you see people already doing these tasks that could move into the new
I
department?
think that part of, once the office is decided where it will sit, we will have to look at what functions this office will serve and where they'll be sitting. So I do imagine that there would be a lot of shifting around of positions. And I think that it's not my office, so I don't want to speak for the Department of Health and Human Services, but their funding is tied to, lots of eligibility issues.
Other questions, Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I'm listening to testimony today, I'm trying to kind of reconcile a couple of pieces of data that seem to conflict for me. And being from the department, hopefully you can help me out with that a little bit. But I've heard that all but 6 states have implemented this kind of program. But I also constantly hear that New Hampshire has the 3rd highest education system, public education system in the country. And so if the argument is that we need to implement this to have better outcomes, how do we reconcile those two things? And also the 2 states that are supposedly better than us, do they have these programs or do they not have these
Yeah,
programs?
so I think some of the discrepancies that you hear is depends on what criteria that we're using to measure. And so that's where some of the confusion happens, because I think we are, when we look at the state, how we educate our kids, we do pretty well. And I think we fail on some of the research because we don't have state-funded pre-K. And one of the things about this mixed delivery system that I think is important for all of us to know is it's a mixed delivery system that we're looking to study, saying it's very, very broad. What is it that families want that are going to have access that fits their individual child and family's needs? And that's what we're looking to study. So it could be a home-based program. It could be a child license program. It could be an in-school. And so part of this task force is to look at which best suits the family needs, and then what's the best child outcomes. And our IDE Part B has a program that looks at child outcomes for special needs students already set up, where Department of Health and Human Services, they have a QRIS system that I don't think it measures any of the schooling or preschool or academics portion of preschool.
Follow up? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. My other question is, when we're looking at other programs that have been implemented around the country, have any of those states that you're aware of started having conversations about making this compulsory? One concern that I have is that if we have a state-run program, state-run education programs tend to become compulsory over time, and then we would be talking about having, 2-year-olds in a compulsory program away from their families.
So I don't think that they use the word compulsory, but it's called universal preschool. I mean, there's always, I think it depends on, there are states that I think have it. I'd have to research. I want to get some,
It's more the judicial term. When you look at Supreme Court law around these kinds of cases, typically when they find it, they describe it as being compulsory. In other words, the parent doesn't have a choice.
Okay.
The state is requiring that they put their child into one of these programs. So
yeah, I don't think that that's what we're looking to do here with this mixed delivery service. I think that we know that New Hampshire is unique and different, and that the state has different parts that need different kinds of services. I think we know what we're learning with our education system too is that kids are unique and different and need different pathways to be successful in school. And I think that that's what we're hoping to have here with our preschool kiddos.
thank you so much.
Other questions? Representative Schmidt.
So what are the 5 or 6 other states that we've heard do not yet have one of these programs?
I will have to get back to you on who they are. I don't have that information. Do you know that, Mary? I know New Hampshire, but I know it's New Hampshire is one of them. I thought we were
It's
only
the
one
other
of
5 we're curious about.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Any? Was it? Any other questions? I have a question. You say you're already starting a pilot program. How is that different from the pilot program specified in this bill?
I think what's different a little bit is that theirs is much longer. Ours is only a year study. And theirs is much longer. And I think that the 10% match is different that what we're looking for, because I think it would be hard for, let's say we were looking at a church-based program for them to get the 10%. It would be a little bit different. And they have some of the national NEER standards that are in there that may make it a little bit costly.
Could I, not being familiar with all those things, could I interpret your response to be not much different, except for the extended span?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Want to make sure that what was my understanding was correct. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, can I just mention that it's our intent to, is it okay?
Please come up and speak on this.
This is great.
Yes, we've known each other since she was a little baby practically. It's our intent to build off the learning that takes place in that pilot that Commissioner Brennan, Deputy Commissioner Brennan just talked about.
Thank you.
That's
That
what we're
makes it a little clearer. Okay, Representative Simon?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Sorry, that just sparked another question for me that's kind of related to the one that I had before. If we go ahead with this pilot program and we start studying what it would mean for the state of New Hampshire, and then we decide, hey, this is a great idea, so we want to implement it. I'm assuming that's going to require taxpayer funds in order to implement. But I would assume at the same time, you have no intention of making it compulsory, which means some students will be in it and some students won't be in it. But I assume we would still be charging all taxpayers for the program. Has the department or anybody given any thought to revenue streams for this? Is it just going to be through taxpayer funding if we end up
So-
going in this direction?
So my understanding, and again, I'm not the Department of Health and Human Services, but this is under this pilot is under the CCDF funding, which is federal funding, to do this study. And that's allowable under that fund.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yes, but the federal funding will cover the expense of the study itself, but we're doing the study, I would assume, to get to a result, right?
To get to a final report.
To get to a report, and that report would then be to recommend either nixing the program because it's not effective, or expanding the program. And if we expand the program, once again, if it's not compulsory, it's not covering all students. But so what is the potential? Have we given thought to revenue stream?
Yeah, so thank you for this question because I think it will help clarify. I don't think that any of those perimeters are established, and that's what this task force is going to be doing, looking at, trying to look at what we will be studying, what is the long term, like what kind of groups are we going to be studying, and what's going to be the long term, and what are some of the costs, and what are some of the policies that may need to change.
Okay.
So, and none of those are established yet, but we're hoping to do that within 1 year. And this funding is also through preschool development grants. So we're trying to get some facilitators that will help us move us along, that are well-versed in the topic.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, comment, Representative Gerhard?
Just one quick one, Madam. You said you're talking to parents to find out what they need or want for preschool needs. Wouldn't it be easier just to provide the money to parents for said services and they could choose the ones they want, and then we could avoid creating a whole new department and all the bureaucracy associated with it?
That could be an option.
Sounds good to me.
Thank Representative Lekis.
Thank you. So if correct my understanding if it's wrong, but it sounds like we're being asked to gear up an entire department for a pilot study, which seems a little strange to me.
Particularly since there's already a pilot
Yes.
in progress.
It seems to make no sense. How does this make sense?
Me?
Someone.
I think it makes sense that we are looking at and elevating the need for an Office of Early Childhood so that we can think about how we use the funds, the federal funds, and serve the people.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right. We're all looking glazed, so I think it's time. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? All right, seeing none, I'll close the hearing. This is going to subcommittee, and we will see what happens. Yes, of course. But if you want to recommend killing it so the Senate bill can go forward, I'm good with that.
Madam Chair, before everyone leaves, I just want to thank everyone for myself and Heather, myself and Heather for the charge.
Oh. I think I'm going to drive home myself. I duplicate Senate bill. What a waste of effort.
What?
Putting the exact same bill into the House and into the Senate. What are they thinking? Do they have no respect for our time and effort? Obviously not.
Thank you so much for your response on the cemetery, and obviously it would be even better than now.
Oh, yeah, no, we
Is
had,
it okay if I give Sherry Whirl is her name? She's a retired stewardess from New Hampshire originally. Then went to Chicago and now is in California. Can I give her your email address about that?
yeah, tell them that it's, the name of that cemetery sounds vaguely familiar, but it's not one of the big ones in Epsom.
And she'll be able, she started the Descendants. She's like big into the lineage societies, so she started the Descendants of New Hampshire's original.
Okay.
She'll have that book.
I just want to know where, it's easier, yeah, the grave will undoubtedly take some looking, but at least if you start in the right cemetery, it's a lot easier.
Yes.
A bunch of leftover handouts. Do you want me to do anything?
There's a recycling bin, unless you think there's going to be great demand. We are on for tomorrow.
The thing is, the microphones, you gotta have them, if it's pointing above your mouth, they're not magical. People think if it's on, recording everything. You're not talking right into it. These things are not getting much of anything.